Okay. Thank you so much for being here. You are at the 6th annual Peers Empower Peers Conference. And I'm just going to cover, my name is Alyssa Jo May, and I'm the executive director for Peers Empower Peers. And I'm just going to cover a few logistics. So for today, right around noon, we're going to have a lunch break. And if you made it through the official registration line, you should have gotten a red ticket and you got both copies. At lunch, you'll turn one of those into the prize drawing. And then the second half you'll keep for the end of the day, we'll do the prizes. And at that same time, when you turn it in, you'll get a plate for lunch. And lunch is going to be out here. And we've got pizza and taco trucks. So lots of food. And then an overview for kind of the flow of the day. There's a lot going on. So up here, we're going to have speaker presentations throughout the day, starting now, and we end at 3:30. On the second floor, we have children's activities. And then on the first floor, we've got a lot going down there. There's the resource fair vendors, the makeover room, and then a self-care area. So if you just want to kind of decompress, there's different activities there. And on each floor, you'll find the agenda with the schedule for what's happening on each of those floors. Some of the activities for the children's area and the self-care area, you'll need to register, but that you can find at the registration desk. And if you just make your way there, somebody can help you. And then the last big thing I'm going to share with you is these green lanyards. These are all of our board members and our volunteers. So if you've got any questions or lost or just need help, find somebody with a green lanyard, and they will help you find what you're looking for, hopefully, or find the person that can. So with that, thank you again for being here, and I am going to hand off to our Vice President, James Tillett, who this was his vision, and I'm really excited that he's going to be hosting up here for the day. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, everyone here. I know we have amazing resources downstairs. We have engagements for individuals, haircuts, shower trailers with Jules Helping Hands bringing their shower trailer. Like Alyssa said, we will have lunch. So everyone knows we are recording this for our website. So if you miss anything today, if you've got a 10 to your table, you'll be able to check in on the library's YouTube page or on our PEP website, which is peersempowerpeers.com. A new change to our website. Real quick, before we get started, I want to acknowledge this land. The Spokane tribe of Indians, this land, long before we were here, belonged to them, and I want to thank Grandfather Great Spirit for giving us this land to have this amazing event on today. So with that, like Alyssa said, this was a big idea. We wanted to do something great for our community, something that really helps bring everyone together. Up here, we're going to be doing some education and some sharing of some amazing stories and amazing resources that our community has for the individuals that need help. So, our first presenter today, because this takes a village, right? It takes everyone, big and small, far and wide. So, part of the Peer Respite Program, which is an amazing opportunity that Amy Gristle is going to tell you about. We will have a presenter from her and the Peer Bridgers. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Amy Gristle. I always say it wrong. I'm so sorry. You can correct them.
It's all right. It's all right. Okay, so it's not in presenter mode, but that's okay. I'm not sure how to do that. Huh? Oh, be patient. Be patient. Click it 4 times. Yes, that's the answer. It's all right. That's okay. It's just as good. We're presenting on this one. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name, as he said, is Amy Gristle, but that's okay. I'm really excited to be here today because I've been a part of PEP for a really long time. I sat at the tables when we were first starting in 2018, and where there was a group of peers that came together, and then they invited me in. and they said, we want to do this great thing, right? We want to be able to have stuff for peers in the eastern Washington part of the state. And so for a good little bit over 5 years, I got to be a part of this organization. And I stepped away last year. I was the president, and I stepped away, and I've kind of just watched the community come together, and the board members, and Alyssa and James, to re-envision what it looks like to be peer. Right? Re-envision, there's certified peer counselors with the state of Washington that go into organizations, institutions, community, and support individuals that are struggling. And they've been able to be trained. But there's also peers that are natural peers that day to day, they have lived experience and they walk with people. And so watching them connect with this community is just so special. And for me to step in today with a group to talk about the peer respite. So I do work for the Washington State Healthcare Authority, and I oversee the peer respite. So I'm the program manager for the peer respite program and the peer bridgers. And we have some staff from the peer respite here with us today and the peer bridgers, because what we're going to do, we have Heather Marshall here, and she's going to be speaking about the peer respite. And then we have Lauren and Ryan from the peer bridgers. And so we're not just going to share about the respite itself, but the community collaboration, being able to come together as a community to best serve those that we're trying to help, right? Because how do we do it? We can't do it alone, right? When we're trying to do it as one person, it doesn't work. And then we come together as a community. So it's going to be really beautiful. All right, so peer respite, what is it? Peer respite is a home-like setting. It's an alternative to a hospital setting, right? When an individual's in psychiatric distress, or in a sense of crisis, where a hospital isn't going to help any, right? They're going to go to the hospital, and they may be turned away because they're not at the level of a detainment. And it's hard to say that, right? Because I've been in that space myself, and it's re-traumatizing. I go in and I'm turned away. Well, you're not bad enough, you know. But I'm thinking, man, I need help. How can I get help? And so Washington State has modeled these peer respites off of a respite that started 25 years ago in New York. It's called the Rose House. And we're lucky enough to have the founder of the Rose House as our technical assistants, or as our mentor, to come in and show us how to do the model. And so what I'm going to share with you is how our model looks. So it is a home-like setting. Ooh, that's all right. Things happen, right? It's okay. We don't need a PowerPoint, right? You got me, and we got the group. We had some beautiful pictures, and he'll get it back up. So these peer respite, as I said, are a home-like setting, and the picture that you saw up here before it went down was somebody hugging another individual in the front of a doorway, right? And the idea of that is hope meets people at the door, right? I was told by the founder of the New York Rose House that actually one of our 3 respites in Washington State is the most beautiful respite in the nation. They're going to now model their idea of what it looks like, the houses, off of ours here in Spokane. And so these home-like settings, the one here in Spokane, and we'll have Heather share with you more about it, has 4 rooms. And you're able to come into this space. And you're able to come into this space and have a room for yourself. It has a walk-in bathroom. It has space for reading, and it has peers that have lived experience. They have gone through hardships. They have gone through crises, and they've been able to come out on the other side with coping skills. And so they focus more on wellness than illness, right? And so being able to connect with someone that's helping you focus on wellness rather than your illness kind of can find this place of stability. They're also very connected to the community. And so they're able to show you that, hey, you have a need here. I know where to connect you, right? These organizations are 100% voluntary, meaning you choose. Somebody doesn't choose for you. The peer respite staff helps address people's strengths and person-centered conversations to help meet people where they're at. I love that, meeting somebody where they're at. The peer respites are open and immediately accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and creating a non-clinical, welcoming environment. I've spoke with a lot of people. They don't want to go back to the hospital. They're like, I've already been turned away, I don't want to go back. And then they don't get help and things get worse. And so this welcoming space is a space that they can go to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Of course, capacity, right? As long as there's a room available. There's only 4 here in Spokane. But I'm telling you what, they're still getting out to the community. So always call, right? They've been having open beds. And to me, with only 4 beds, that shouldn't happen. It is a place that provides a safe and supportive space during times of crisis. It fosters a peer-driven and recovery-oriented atmosphere. The goal is to get ahead of people's crises, and create a safe space for them to heal, get their needs met, and move forward. I'm going to see if there's anything I missed. And I just love the fact that it just focuses on the whole person. All right, so the slides are back. So we have 3 peer respites in Washington State right now. 2 of them are open. This one here is Spokane. It is on the campus of Passages, and you'll hear a lot more about that in a little bit. This here is in Stanwood. It's the Ajuso House, and it is not open yet, but it's on a bunch of land. And I went out, and I told the guy, I said, you hear that? He goes, yeah, I think it's an airplane. And I'm like, actually, I don't hear anything. I'm like, maybe a couple birds, and it was so peaceful. And then this one here is in Kennewick. It's 3 Rivers. And so right now we're only having 3, but of course, you know, there's always room for growth, but we're just seeing how like amazing these houses are. And I'm going to skip this because I talked about it. And this one, and that one, and move on to this one. All right, so these first 3 are the inside of the houses, right? This top, the first 3 is Ajuso. These 3 here are 3 Rivers. And then we've got here in Spokane. I love technology. Oh, down, not over, okay. So this is the one here in Spokane. I tell you what, when I did my tour here, it was funny because I was looking around after I think about 2 hours, and I realized I was by myself because I had stuck around for so long. And I was just lingering because I didn't want to leave because I felt so safe and I felt so comfortable. There's a kitchen that has granite countertops, a fireplace, like I said, a reading area, a table where people can sit down and eat, just honoring and respecting what people deserve when they're trying to heal. I use the biggest picture as the bathroom because obviously I think that was one of my favorite things, is people don't have to share a bathroom, right? Amazing. And then the beds, I tell you what, I talked to one of the gals that started this, and she told me about these beds. Even the comforters chose the wildflowers from her grandma's room when she was a kid. And so everything in this home was hand-picked with purpose. If you are a community member, there is a way to get involved. I, along with the expert from New York, do a work group every other month. And so we come together as a whole entire state and community and talk about, 1, where the respites are at, what they're doing, if they're open, the referral processes, any questions, and any way to make it better. Is there a way to make it better or get the word out? And so if you want to get involved, I do have my email on the ends of these slides. You can reach out to me, and I can include you in that work group. All right, so now I'm going to pass the mic off to Heather and let her talk about Passages.
Good morning. My name is Heather Marshall. I am the Clinical Director for Intensive Adult Services at Passages, and that does include our peer respite program. To get started, I want to tell you Termon, the significance of that. That is a Gaelic word that means sanctuary. And the feedback that we have gotten from guests who've stayed with us is that sanctuary really is something that they have been able to experience. Amy just shared the pictures. I hope that those kind of convey that people really can experience healing in our space. Our eligibility. We can work with adults, so that's anyone 18 or older, and with a mental health diagnosis. That's part of that piece that qualifies you to stay at Peer Respite. We serve people who have state insurance, so that's all of the Medicaid, MCOs, Molina, WellPoint, Coordinated Care, or CHPW. We also are able to do up to one bed at a time for someone who is not Medicaid eligible, but lives at 220% or below of the federal poverty level. And so if someone is calling in with that, we can go over those eligibility requirements. We do like to support people who need a break from their home environment, and we do know that sometimes people don't have a home to go back to that still really benefit from respite. In those situations, in order to really benefit from respite, we do know that someone needs to be working on their longer-term housing options, potentially enrolled with some housing supports already, and then planning to go back to some sort of setting from there. Like an example, we had someone stay with us who was couch surfing and was working with a housing specialist, but think about the stress of staying on someone else's couch. You need a break from one another. You're in their living space. And so to come stay somewhere for a week where you can still go to school, go to work, go to your outpatient groups and your individual counseling, and then you've had your break. You can go back to your friend's couch and you feel good about being there again. They're comfortable with having you back because you know how to take care of yourself. We also want to make sure that anyone staying with us, all of their medical needs are managed, and so that anyone staying with us needs to be able to provide for their own food and bathing and dressing, all of those sorts of things. We provide all of the bedding and towels that you need. We have all the equipment you could possibly need in a kitchen, but we do ask that guests are bringing their own food, clothes, and then medications, and that they can manage those things on their own. We also, as mental health providers, we are really focused on the mental health side of treatment. We do recognize that many, many people with dealing with mental health challenges also have a substance use history, and we can very easily support somebody who's in recovery from substances, but we can't have anyone staying with us who is currently using any drugs or alcohol. We've also really found that someone whose recovery maybe is at risk of relapse can really benefit from respite to stay in that very calming, settling environment to stabilize that before you land in a crisis. Or maybe there's been a good long period of recovery, recent relapse, and starting to get that stabilized again, but maybe that's unsettled out in the community. The stay with us can be helpful. All right. So as Amy mentioned before, stay at Termon is entirely voluntary. Someone might work with an outpatient provider to get connected with us, but really that phone call is best conducted between the respite staff and whoever wants to come stay with us. Our phone number, that's why. So call to the main line at Passages, or to myself as the clinical director, or Michael Jones as the Termon clinical supervisor. We're the ones who will do that phone call that goes through those eligibility requirements. And of course, this information is here on the screen. As Alyssa mentioned, this will be on YouTube video through the Peers Empowering Peers website or the library website. We also have a table downstairs with some of our own flyers and my business cards, so you can pick up phone numbers and share that with whoever you need. All right, some of the guest expectations. This is really important. We do ask people to sign a guest agreement because as a peer respite landing place, we do expect people to have some investment in their recovery journey and to be motivated to work on that. And so one of the ways that is reflected is by understanding the expectations and being able to adhere to those. Some of those include that we only have the guests in the house and the staff working shifts in the house. We don't bring outside visitors in. Even the other staff at Passages don't come into the space. We make sure to keep everything very private and secure that way. Stay is entirely voluntary. We ask that people are checking in about leaving and when they're going to come back, so we know that everything is what to expect and when we'll see you again. Again, guests do their own laundry if they're washing their own clothes or things, and bringing their own food to prepare their own meals. Whether that, instant oatmeal and microwaving is your speed, that's great. Or if you, like we've had some people do, you want to prepare a steak and some roasted vegetables, that's also great. We also ask everyone to contribute to help to keep areas clean. And then we can permit service animals on a case-by-case basis, but we are not able to bring in emotional support animals. Whenever someone is interested in coming, what we'll start with is that phone call to go through the eligibility steps. And then once that's ready to go, we get paperwork started. Getting it, because this is a Medicaid service, we do have to do those steps. Guests come in, we do a tour looking through the house to make sure that it is going to be a safe, comfortable environment. If there is more than one suite open, the guests can choose which one feels most comfortable for them. And from then we do an abbreviated clinical assessment, set some goals, and sign the recovery or the guest agreement, that was the word. I do want to highlight that we can do admissions to peer respite between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday through Thursday, unless it's a holiday, because we do have to have that MHP in order to do that assessment. I do want to highlight some of the feedback we've had from a couple of guests. Somebody who was having an incredibly difficult time shared that she was actually ready to go home, actually feeling really good about her time and definitely looking forward to coming back to us when she needed, that she had the energy to go home and be supportive to the rest of her family. Here we are. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I can make the first steps towards getting my life back on track. You all have given me so much in the way of resources, and just being here, I really needed this more than I thought, was one of our really nice insights. We've had other really positive feedback from people who are already returning to stay with us, who've been with us multiple times, because it's been such a beneficial experience. And then I want to bring up our Peer Bridger collaborators, because they have collaborated so wonderfully with our team as well.
Hi, everybody. My name's Lauren. I'm the Peer Bridger supervisor. I'm going to get my slide up here. So we love the respite house. We've sent quite a few people there. They've all provided really good feedback. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk briefly about our program, but really focus on the collaboration, because like they said, it takes a village. Like, we need each other. And the peers that we work with, as if we can wrap them around with services, provide them as much support and hope as we can, that's our goal. So like I said, we're working under the HCA Peer Bridger SUD pilot program, and Ryan is one of my peer bridgers over here. He's going to be sharing some amazing success stories soon. So as our certified peer specialist, the peer bridger functions as a role model through sharing their own lived experience with behavioral health issues in a way that will inspire hope, encouragement, and foster recovery. We provide trauma-informed, strength-based services and supports to individuals transitioning and integrating back into the community from residential treatment facilities. And right now, we are just working out of pioneer locations. We're actually in a lot of different counties, but we're really hoping to get more bridgers everywhere because it's been really supportive. And here's some numbers on our program. So we started in 2022. Like I said, this is a pilot program. And since we started, we've served 356 people, which is fantastic. 277 just in 2023. So our peer bridgers share hope and encouragement, and they may function as a role model, a mentor, an advocate, an ally, a trusted guide in the recovery process, and a community connection liaison. All right, so because we're here to support our fantastic peer respite, I'm going to talk a little bit about the collaboration that we've done so far. So just like peer respite, the Peer Bridger program is completely voluntary. It's driven by the participants' choice, voice, and their individual recovery goals. They always create their own goals in our program. They are the leader in their recovery path, and we're just there to walk beside them and support them. So we've had several individuals who choose peer respite as they transition out of treatment, and we continue to use peer respite as a trusted peer-run organization. And just going back to It Takes a Village, like we really want to connect them to other peers that have the same model of care because we're looking for that wraparound services. We know peer support services are crucial in the recovery process. And the referral process with peer respite has been accommodating and collaborative. We've had really good success with Michael. We talk to Michael often, so he's amazing. And many of our participants have thrived at peer respite and report feeling supported, valued, and safe. And they describe the atmosphere as relaxing, peaceful, and person-centered. And I have a funny little story. So the first gal that I sent to peer respite, I dropped her off there, and she called me a couple days later, and she was just like, oh my gosh, Lauren, this place is so beautiful. It feels like a spa. It feels like the Hilton. And we were just laughing because she was just so happy to be there and just doing really great in her recovery. And Michelle, who's actually down at the table today, she was working with Michelle, and she had a lot of goals that we kind of collaborated on. So again, that collaboration. And then one of our main goals, as I said, as peers is to connect our participants to community partners who support our model of care. So we really feel confident referring them to respite. And we definitely want to continue that. Any other organization here, if you haven't utilized it yet, please give it a try. I promise your participants will find it very valuable. And then now we're going to get to the fun part. So Ryan's going to come up here and share some success stories with our Peer Bridger participants and peer respite.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ryan. I am a peer bridger with Pioneer Human Services on the community integration team. Been working under Lauren, well, the first time around was a year. This time was about the last 7 months. So I've got a couple success stories on my caseload that I work with out of Pioneer Stabilization and have referred over to the Termon Respite House. I talked to both of these clients and let them know that I was sharing this, and they went over this with me. Of course, not divulging too much information or their names, and only information they wanted me to share. Both of them are in the building. Neither one of them wanted to come up and hear their stories. The first one, a male client, actually this one was just a few weeks after the Termon House opened. Male client in his addiction for 18 years, 3 different states, homeless for that almost that entire time in either Reno, Las Vegas, or on the streets of Spokane. In and out of dozens of treatment centers for the past 5 years trying to get clean and sober. He finally came to Pioneer this past year 3 or 4 times, and he committed to a sobriety at the Stabilization Center and completed the 28-day program. After the 28-day program, connected him with the peers at Passages to get him in the Termon Respite House. I visited him several times during this time, transported him to several appointments, and he shared that he absolutely loved it there. considering where he's been for the last 18 years, walking into what the pictures showed up here, it was quite the culture shock for him to have his own bathroom and his own bed to sleep in. And that was one of the biggest things that will stick with him forever. And I feel that contributed highly to his success for almost 100 days now of sobriety. He loved it there, and he described it as a first-class luxury vacation home outside of his normal world, one of the most peaceful weeks that he could remember in his entire life. During his time frame, he was also working with the other agencies in the city that were able to supply him, finally, with a studio apartment. This agency had been able to get a specific funding because of specific medical conditions that he has, and he has been on their waiting list for over a year. He's finally got his own one-bedroom apartment. Because of the progress he has been making, they were able to get him directly from the respite house the next day into his apartment. Within a few days, several agencies, Chaz Dental Clinic, Jules Helping Hands, employees at the Health District, Pioneer Community Integrations team, we were all able to come together and get him everything he needed for his kitchen, a full fridge, all of his linens, his bed, a table, and chairs. These individual teams filled his home and gave it life. He has over 100 days clean and sober, and last week he had the pleasure of flying out to reunite with his family that he hasn't seen in years, his 2 children and his elderly parents, and he was able to see his son graduate high school, something he never thought he would be able to attend because of his prior lifestyle. This person that I have had the pleasure of working with and being part of his path to recovery is an amazing success of his own. Although I have pointed this out to him, he states he would have never done it if he didn't have such a huge support system working with him and helping him walk his path, getting the sobriety at stabilization, working with the Chaz clinics and the crews, the health department, and getting a week's vacation, as he calls it, with the wonderful peers at the Term and Respite House. I work dozens of hours with this individual and have gotten very close with him and like to hear his success stories. And I spent a couple hours with him the other day when he got back from his son's graduation that he hasn't seen or talked to in several years, and his family welcomed him with open arms. And he brought up the Term and Respite House 3 times during that couple of hours about how that specific moment, not just the sobriety at the stabilization and all the teams that work with him, but specifically the respite house contributed quite a bit to that. The second one, client of mine that I've been working with is a young female in her early 20s, came to Pioneer seeking her first steps to sobriety after just several years of substance use. Also using this step to escape a horrible life of domestic violence, abuse, and forced drug use. Very tough situation, and it had its ups and downs at first when I met with her. Eventually, she got real serious and asked me for help to connect her with anything and everything that would get her on the right path, to help her stay safe, away from her abuser, and get her off drugs so she can get back on the path of a life that she dreamed of the life that she deserves. I had her make the call herself to the respite house and talk to the peers and schedule her stay, a place that I would absolutely trust to keep her safe and give her some peace and support for a week so I could start working on the list of resources to get her safe for her specific situation. Visiting this person every couple of days while she was there, she also described it as a first-class Airbnb that she would have always dreamed of staying at. She felt safe, pampered, and was able to share her story openly with the peer supports on site. She was able to vent, and the staff really listened to her, and she made me capitalize that, really listened to her. She felt this strengthened her will to continue staying strong and getting on her new path. After her stay there, she immediately transitioned into sober living environment, a very safe place that I also trust with her safety right now. And she has been working with the YWCA, Peer Spokane, WorkSource, and seeking other counseling pretty regularly for her situation. Although she still has her nightmares, she is sober for now over 60 days and has a huge support circle on her side. On more than a couple of occasions, she too has reminisced and shared with me how she will never forget the peers at Thurman House that made a very distraught time of her life very comforting and helping her build the strength to be where she is today. Both of these clients in the next couple of weeks, for the people that work at the Thurman House, they will be visiting you, whether to stay for another week or just to visit and say thank you. So they mentioned Michelle and Michael and everybody, so they plan on staying there again. Another individual that I was working with recently, I actually stopped to see him this morning because he wants to get into your program. It's an individual that's been in prison that I've been working with for dozens of hours a month over the last couple of months. He spent the last 27 years, not the previous 27 years, but 27 years of his life in prison. He's been out for 2 years, doing very well. I've had to teach him how to use a remote control. I've had to teach him what the internet is. So forgive him if he's delayed on the phone call. He got a job he started yesterday, and very supportive of that. So he's acclimating back into the community, and I feel that your guys' program would probably give him a well-needed break from the stress of what he's been through for the last couple of years. He hasn't had a lot of support. He's just basically released, thrown out there on the streets with no support. For the last 2 years, that's how he was living, and he started using substances for the first time in his life. After 27 years in prison, and then getting out there on the streets and facing the challenges of that. But now he has a support system he's building up, and I've suggested to him that he include your guys' respite home in that. So hopefully you guys can give him the break that he needs. I'm sure he will appreciate the Airbnb feel. So anyway, a couple good success stories in collaboration with the Thurman House, the communication with the peer supports over there. Sometimes I've reached out to a couple just for a little bit of insight on a few things. And passages, the peer supports there are just absolutely amazing to work with. So anyway, I don't know who's next. Anybody got any questions? Anybody? Yes, curiosities, yes.
Yes. Yeah, the question is how often someone can stay, and guests can stay up to 7 nights in a 30-day period. We have had a couple of instances where someone split that between a couple of weeks, but most often people are staying the full week, and then you can come back in a month. So, and actually we have had one person who I think just had his 3rd stay, and he's really good at it, paying attention to when did I leave and when can I come back. Other questions? Okay, just a reminder, Passages does have a table downstairs where you can pick up flyers, my business card, anything you want as far as visiting Terramon yourself or sharing that with someone you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What an amazing, informative presentation from everyone involved. We want to thank Amy for stopping on the day of her daughter's wedding to make Peers Empower Peers a priority for us. So it takes a village, right? And we hear that when we have our first presentation on how wraparound services really make a huge difference in an individual's life. So now our next presentation, I've been asked multiple times since we announced our keynote was going to be, this is a peer conference. What are you doing with an officer? And I was fortunate enough to get to see a presentation from Officer Plunkett not too long ago, and it was one of the most insightful, compassionate, powerful presentations that I have ever been able to witness. When you hear the name officer, there's a lot of trauma for some individuals, but this officer is one of the strongest, powerful, just amazing officers in our community, completely transparent, always handles every interaction with an individual in crisis with the most efficient care and genuine care. Officer Plunkett has made a huge difference in our community. I don't know how he's not our police chief, but if he was, our town would be in a lot better shape. But maybe that's just me trying to politic if maybe somebody's listening. So a couple housekeeping notes. We want to thank our sponsor, Refugee Bath Bombs. Refugee Bath Bombs is an all-natural bath bomb company that employs 100% refugees. Our family-owned company in Spokane Valley currently employs 12 former refugees and immigrants who help us to produce and create the brands that we have launched over the last few years. Our employees come from Burundi, I know I said that wrong, Sudan, Ukraine, and Thailand. They are a unique bunch and enrich our work and environment. Our brands are Refugee Bath Bomb Company, Hoochie, Coochie, Kitty, Catnip. Pull out the card for the other brands. They also have Beloga Zaire, Water Glider International, and J-Mac Botanicals, and Mag Joe Naturals. You can find them on Amazon. You can find them out in the valley. And if you are a presenter or a resource vendor, you can get one of their bath bomb samples, and some of our prizes today will be coming from that great organization. If you go on to refugeebathbombcompany.com, Peers Help-2024 for $5 off any order, and it is good for 1 year. Take a photo with your product, and you'll get more coupons later on. So once again, we want to get ready to introduce our keynote speaker, Officer Plunkett of the Spokane Police Department. I want you to know that he put tireless effort into a new presentation just for this event. That is how dedicated he is to our community and to the people that he serves. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Officer Plunkett. And give like a 2-minute delay for any kind of tech stuff. You know, this is a peer conference, right? So we're not totally professional. Government, right? Don't get us started there.
Let's see if I can. So at least I can, I guess. Okay. We're just working on getting it emailed right now. I can. We're going to email it off quick, and then I should have a presentation. All right. J. Johnson. .com. .org. There we go. No, it's government issues. Attach file. All right, well, this is getting set. I'll kind of introduce myself. I know a couple of the people here, but my name is Richie Plunkett. I am an officer for Spokane Police Department. I work in our behavioral health unit. So I am still a cop, but I am the mental health social worker cop. I have been in this unit for 3 years now. My goal is not to arrest people. My goal is to get people in services. What I do is I respond to mental health calls, behavioral health, crisis calls on a daily basis. I have built a good connection base in the community where a lot of the time I don't even take dispatched calls. People just call me to come and deal with someone that's in crisis. Did it go through? Not yet. Make sure it's sent. Yeah, J. Johnson, SpokaneLibrary.org. The other option is a USB if we want to transfer it. I'm connected. Yes. Oh, fun. That'll come through in like 30 minutes, but okay. Oh gosh. So again, I work with their behavioral health unit. My goal is to not have people arrested. People will call me all the time about warrants, and majority of the time, I literally don't care. There's exceptions in Washington, mandatory arrest warrants that the state says I have to arrest, but I have taken people to treatment for mental health, substance use, co-occurring disorders who have Class B warrants or Class B felony warrants, Class C felony warrants, misdemeanors. And my goal is to get them into court services, get them off paper, whether it's with DOC, or county, or municipal, and then make sure they're able to have a good, successful life. Because a lot of the times, we have people that have been criminal justice involved who are struggling to get rid of these chippy warrants or to get into housing because they have these warrants. I know most of my presentation from the get-go, so a little bit about myself outside that. I grew up in Las Vegas, Nevada, born and raised, Henderson actually, but most people don't know where that's at. I was fortunate enough to have a good family. Both my parents were teachers. It was great for my education, but we had some issues in our family. And this kind of helped me in my career is how I handle calls. One of those issues is my mom is bipolar 1 and has issues with substances. So she fits the co-occurring spectrum. I can tell you, I remember when I was in 4th grade, my mom's first manic episode, driving me around in the car thinking we're being chased by people and that we're being stalked. Luckily for her, she got on meds, but by the time I got to high school, she needed a back surgery. It was botched, and she needed another back surgery. At the time, she got hooked on Oxy. She became a disaster. It wasn't heroin, it's not fentanyl, but the original Oxy was bad enough that she would go on the knot all the time. She couldn't function. The worst I ever saw her was when I had my back surgery from football. She ended up picking me up from the hospital, picked up my meds, and within 2 days I was out of my medications because my mom decided her need for my drugs was more important than mine. In 2010, she was arrested for a DUI. She didn't even make it out of the neighborhood before she collided into a neighbor's car. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Oh no. Oh gosh. We were able to get her sober for a couple years, but then she decided to doctor shop. She found a doctor who lost his license in California but was working in Nevada, and she got hooked on ADHD meds. She was being prescribed meds for someone my size. Now, I'm about 6'6", 315 pounds, and my mom is very teeny tiny. She went full-blown manic, calling me at 2 in the morning, telling me that she was a private detective, my dad's trying to kill her, and she was a hot mess. It got to the point where I didn't want her in my life. I disinvited her from my wedding at the time because she was a horribly nasty person. She's been able to get clean and sober. She's been sober for 6 years now. She had a relapse in 2017. But when you have these lived experiences, as many as you do here, it is hugely beneficial to how we communicate and connect with people in the community. As for myself, I was fortunate enough. I'm going to say I'm not the smartest person in the room. My luck was, due to my huge size, I was able to get a scholarship to play football. That's me right there, number 79, playing for UNLV in Vegas. I got a bachelor's degree in cultural anthropology. The reason I chose that was because I grew up in an extremely conservative family, and I wanted to have a different perspective of the world. I felt it opened my mind, helped me communicate, understand people's issues, different cultural sides, learn to work with people. I graduated early and started my master's in mental health counseling, but I wanted to be a police officer. In 2009, I got accepted by the Las Vegas Metro Police Department, and a week before my academy, they went on hire freeze. I didn't know how to deal with my own issues, so what I did was I started to drink away my problems. This led to me breaking up with a girl that I thought I was going to get married to, losing some friendships, then ultimately got arrested for DUI in 2010. At that point, I didn't know what to do with my life, so I went and finished my master's in mental health counseling. I worked in prison parole and the LGBTQ community. Eventually, back in 2013, sorry, got to figure out the computer. I got into law enforcement. This is me in the Kent Police Department. So I worked there for 5 years. I can tell you it was a good experience. All happy photos. There's me rescuing a dog, me rescuing ducks, eating a donut as all cops do, and on the bottom right, me falling out of a chair. I think I had a great time. My wife likes to say I had more traumatic experiences in Kent, but maybe it's that I ignored it. And I kind of have a theory for this. So I'm going to tell you something embarrassing, my favorite professional wrestler. This is Kane. If you're not familiar with the 90s wrestling, Kane was the brother of The Undertaker. Now, Kane wears a mask because The Undertaker lit their house on fire when they were kids, thinking he killed Kane. Kane wears the mask because he was horribly burned. And at 11 years old, I completely believe this. Well, as some people do, they grow out of professional wrestling because they realize it's fake. Kane, his real life name is Glenn Jacobs. It's a gimmick. That's how I view law enforcement, or how I at least used to view law enforcement. I would throw on my uniform, and I was Officer Plunkett. I was no longer Richie. I could take that uniform off and just go about back to my personal life, leave all my problems from work at the locker. But what I realized over my first 5 years was I was the morph. So a morph and an empath are two different people. I actually got this from a book called the Harry Bosch series, and it was a great description of how I felt my life was changing. A morph is able to deal with people's problems, their worst days, and transform out of it as soon as they go home for the day. I was becoming what's known as an empath, which I'd like to think most of you are empaths in here. Part of an empath is everyone's issues become your issues. Micro PTS, you start to feel their trauma. You get super empathetic, compassionate, and those things stick with you. This really started to happen to me once I came to Spokane because I had my own issues start to hit. 3 months after I left Kent, I had one of my good friends died in the line of duty. Diego Moreno was ahead of a vehicle that had just done a drive-by on Kent Meridian Highway, and he got out of it with spikes. Threw a spike strip in the middle of the road, spiked all 4 tires of the vehicle, and then Diego did something they teach us not to do. These spike strips have a rope attached to it. You're supposed to pull it back to you. They tell you never go out in the road to get it. Diego made a fatal mistake, went out into the middle of the road, and Officer Mark Williams hit and killed him. Not only did an officer die, but another officer killed him. This was horrible for me. And in law enforcement, you're not allowed to have bad days. You're not allowed to have feelings. So 2 weeks up to Diego's funeral, horrible, sad times. I drank a lot, didn't know how to deal with it. But after 2 weeks, Spokane said, time to go back to work. We don't care about your feelings. We need officers out in the field. This affected me because then I get overly scared to do my job thinking, what if I make a mistake? And I started to put these feelings and emotions I had on the back burner. In 2019, it got even worse for me. I had a guy named Aaron Amat, who's about my size, decided one night he was going to try to kill a cop or have a cop kill him. Aaron was doing about 100 miles an hour in Hilliard till Officer Mahandro stopped him. And Aaron got out of his car and tried to kill Mahandro. He pinned Mahandro to the ground, covered his face, bit him in the face, eye gouged him, but his other hand was trying to take Mahandro's gun. I luckily rolled up on scene, didn't know what was going on, didn't know he was trying to take Mo's gun. And I beat Aaron into unconsciousness, broke his eye socket, gave him a concussion. It was a justified use of force as he's trying to take an officer's gun, but what was terrifying about it was Aaron had his 3 daughters in his car. He was going to kill an officer or get killed by an officer with his daughters watching. And that was January of 19. In February, I learned I had 2 lawsuits pending against me. One was for a mental health call, and I didn't find out about that from my own department. I found that out from Spokane because Kent failed to tell me. Luckily, that one went nowhere. But I had another one where I found out from one of my best friends that I was also being sued for a use of force. In law enforcement, they say your brothers, your sisters, we take care of our own, but my own department wasn't taking care of me. And this was a he said, she said. We had 4 officers saying this happened, and the guy we got into the use of force saying, nope, it was completely different. We didn't have body cameras. We just had reports. And what was great was we got called out for racial discrimination, and there's articles about it online, and they listed me as former Officer Richie Plunkett, like I was fired for this. Luckily, I did get a lawyer from Kent, and they did settle out of court, but it tarnished my name, and the stuff that's online was not true. The gentleman in question was a suspect in a rape case, violating a protection order, and had a mandatory arrest warrant. We stopped him on the highway. He was high on meth, decided he was going to fight us. It took 4 officers and a canine to subdue this guy, and he was still lifting us off the ground, even in handcuffs. During that same fight, if there was police brutality, I joked that maybe I should have got a portion of the money because I got tased and bit by the canine in the same fight. But the guy argued he was walking along, and we just jumped out yelling racial statements at him and decided to assault him for no reason. And then in March of that same year, I had a good friend of mine kill himself in front of Las Vegas Metro. His name is Matt. So Matt had some issues, like many people do. There's criminals, there's people that make mistakes. Matt had a bad breakup. His girlfriend got a protection order against him. He violated it one day, and Metro surrounded him. After about an hour of negotiations, they threw a flashbang at him and sent the dog in. Matt ran behind the car and blew his brains out. What was hard about it is Metro put it online. So if I Google Matt Seckham's name, I don't get to see all about his football days. I don't get to see about his work stuff. Nope, there's just a video of him blowing his brains out, which is super fun because I've watched it about 100 times. What sucks is I understand it from a law enforcement perspective because if I was involved in this call, I can understand a department wanting to say, this is what happened to protect ourselves from liability. But as a friend standpoint, I hate it. I had all this trauma within a year of coming from Spokane from Kent, and I didn't know how to address it. Because in law enforcement, we're not allowed to have feelings, we're not allowed to have problems. And I just started to compile it, but I put it on the back burner. But in April, I had something good happen. Sorry, the picture's a little too big there, but my wife and I can't have kids. She's 6 feet tall, so me at 6'6", I was like, we are gonna have gigantic children, and they'll pay for their own college. But we couldn't have kids. And it's rough in law enforcement because we get to go to all these houses where we see people who have kids and they shouldn't have kids. This is Owen. He is our first foster child. We were licensed on the 5th of April, 2019. He was born the next day. It took us a week to get him home from the hospital because he had meth withdrawals. I always thought, I'll never get attached to a foster kid. I understand it's not mine. If the picture was smaller, you would see that my eyes showed that I was automatically in love with him from the moment we had him. And it was a new experience for us because we had to deal with parents, but his parents were never involved. So Owen's parents, dad has been in prison most of his life or jail, and mom has only seen him once for about 30 minutes since she gave birth to him. It was great because by December of 2019, mom signed an open adoption. We were just waiting on dad. I got a promotion at work to the downtown unit. I took over as our crisis liaison for the academy. Life was very good for me. And all I could see was bright stars in the future. Well, 2020 hits. Oh, I can't figure this out to save my life. So obviously, no one in here is going to argue 2020 is a horrible year. It started a little bit worse for me. So in February 5th, I was driving along at work, and my wife called me in tears. Owen's aunt, after 10 months, decided she wanted him. And family takes precedent in Washington State, which is understandable, but we got too invested having an open adoption already, thinking we were going to get him. I drove around aimlessly for about 30 minutes, parked in front of a cop shop, and blacked out for 2 hours. And an officer came out to talk to me. As soon as I opened my door, I burst down in tears. And like officers, we don't know how to handle other officers when they cry, especially someone my size, which is probably terrifying. But he pulled the very minimal empathy of, it'll be okay. And it wasn't. And I just went downhill from there. I compiled all the trauma I had from the past year with everything going on now. So in law enforcement, we have something called Code 4. If you ever see this thrown up, it means we're safe, we're fine, we don't need other units. But we have a terminology called Code 4 Cowboy, which is I'll handle things myself. Working out of the downtown area can be very dangerous. I started to initiate calls by myself looking for fights. There was no de-escalation. I was telling people what to do and giving them orders immediately. I wanted a fight. I wanted someone to hurt me because then I could feel something else that wasn't sadness. The next thing I started to do was heavy drinking. Now, I have gigantic hands. I would go buy a bottle of Crown Royal every other night, and it looked like a Capri Sun in my hands. To me, it was a single serving of alcohol. My wife would go to bed. Right as I got home, I would crack the bottle and pass out drunk on the couch. I was drinking as much as I could, and I could hide it from my wife because I would stay up late while she would go to bed. I broke down socially. I didn't talk to my friends. I didn't talk to coworkers. I would have hundreds of unread texts on my calls and phone because I didn't want to talk to people. I didn't know how. I didn't want to talk to my coworkers that I was breaking down because they would call me a sissy or a pansy or something like that because that's the culture in law enforcement. I started to hate my job when George Floyd died because I feel like I've always been empathetic and compassionate to people, but when George Floyd dies 2,000 miles away, every law enforcement officer got blamed in the country, and I get it. Cultural-wise, law enforcement does a lot of bad things. But I didn't know what to do. I will say, I think the worst it came to was one night I got drunk and I decided, I'm gonna go look at the hiring standards for the fire department, but luckily I didn't. I didn't communicate with my wife. She was going through her own issues with this. We would stay silent at home together and not talk. Didn't know how to communicate how sad we both were, so we just kind of ignored each other. Lastly, I got to a point where I just wanted to die. Now, as a cop who's responded to hundreds, if not thousands, of suicidal calls, I know how I can actually succeed. I'm not going to take pills. I'm not going to go to the Monroe Street Bridge because I'm scared of heights. But I knew what gun I would use, and I started to plan out that if we lost Owen, how I would kill myself. And I knew I was at a bad part of life, drinking and doing that, but I did not want to move forward. I was pretty much broken. I didn't know how to talk to anyone. And luckily, when it came down to July of that year, we went to court for Owen, and the aunt backed out at the last second. So at that point, we thought we're officially going to have Owen. But his dad got out of prison, and a horrible person who's got charges for rape and molesting children decided he wanted to be a dad. And so Owen would go to visits 3 times a week. And it was usually when I was at work. And when he would go to these visits, I would stress out, have anxiety, panic attacks. In one of the visits one day, my wife called me, said, Owen just got picked up for a visit. And I had to pull over to the side of the road. And I said, I can't do this anymore. I was going to go home and start drinking while on duty. Now, I don't know if it's divine intervention, fate, coincidence, but my wife called me right back and said, visits have been canceled. Owen's no longer going to them. Because at that point, I broke down in tears in my car going, had I gone home and drank, I would probably end my career. I actually reached out for help at the time, and they sent me to a department psychologist. She said, one of the worst things was your broken toy. You can't fix broken toys. But luckily for me, I had a good friend, an officer, who's about 20 years older than me, who pulled the ultimate dad move, who's like, get in my car, we're going to go somewhere. And he took me for ice cream. And so we talked about what happened. And he said, you're not broken, you're bent. You can fix things that are bent. You have to fight through it, but you have to continually work on yourself. Now, this is about 2 years later. We did adopt Owen, so he is legally ours now. He's a great kid. He's 5 years old now, and he does have some mental health and behavioral health issues. He's atypical autistic, pathological demand avoidance, sensory processing disorder, and ADHD. But he's ours, and we love him. And it was a great time for my wife and I. Very emotional. We're both smiling there, but I think we both broke down in court crying. But I realized after the talk with my friend that I needed to continually work on myself. And I started to think about the things I did wrong and what I could have done better. One of it is control the controllables. This is kind of a stoic issue where you have to go through the hard times. There's things I couldn't control. I can't control when another officer gets killed. I can't control that, someone wanted to take Owen from us. We suffer more in our head than we do in reality. I needed to focus on what I could control. Sure, I couldn't control we were going to lose Owen, but I can control how I handle the situation. Not drinking, talking to people, reaching out for help, talking with my wife, work on my own emotional intelligence. So I'm going to use my favorite but least favorite Generation Z word, trigger, is discovering your own triggers. So for me right now, I realize that removing kids or dealing with CPS calls is my least favorite thing. The day before we adopted Owen, I actually removed a kid from his father. DCYF was not going to remove the kid, and we told him we needed to investigate. During this investigation, there was some possibility of sex crimes being committed against this 4-year-old. The guy said, I can't help it if my son's best friend is my penis. I had to walk away from that because otherwise I was going to put 18 bullets in the guy. And I've had a good partner in the behavioral health unit who knew that was a trigger for me and told me to walk away and go deal with the kid. I've also realized that anger is a secondary emotion. The problem with anger is we use it to mask anything that's going wrong for us. Sadness, anxiety, stress. Because if you're angry, you don't have to focus on the issues at hand. That's something I've used in my past, and I've realized that when I get angry, it's because I have another emotion I'm feeling. Ultimately, I'm responsible for my own actions. My mistakes are my own. When it got to the point where I was going to go home and drink on duty, that would have ended my career. Cognitively wise, it's so much easier to blame it on other people and than accept our own responsibility. Had I gone home and drank on duty, had I got in trouble, I would have blamed everyone else, but the responsibility would have ultimately fallen on myself because I didn't reach out for help. The biggest thing to me is to take care of yourself. Find the right counselors. Find the right peer support groups. Find people you can communicate. Look for services, phone numbers, whatever it may be, any type of or stress relieving things, anything you can to help yourself. It's a constant process. So right now I'm 4 years removed from feeling suicidal and my drinking issues, and I know when I'm having a bad day, it's okay to be sad. I can get depressed, but I don't let it overwhelm me. Right now, I know that if I'm depressed, I don't go to the gym, but I give myself a day. Maybe it's because I need to take care of some personal issues. The biggest thing, it's always a constant process. So right now, we have a foster kid in our house. We met her when she was 1 month old. The thing about it is it's the third time in our house right now, and she's 17 months old. This is Ellie. Ellie came to us at 1 month old because her dad was beating her head in, and she required a feeding tube. So we worked with her, got her off the feeding tube, and at 6 months old, they placed her with an aunt. Now, I had my issues with the aunt because I told CPS the aunt was lying about some things. They didn't take me seriously. 3 months later, Ellie got placed back in her home because the aunt and her felon husband got in a fight and a gun went off next to Ellie's head. Ellie came to us for a month and a half more before she got sent back to Grandma's house, and that lasted 3 weeks. She's been with us since January 11th. We would love to make her part of our family because the family's been ruled out for her, but right now we're dealing with her brother's foster mom who's trying to get Ellie herself and is constantly lying to us. It is super stressful. I'm not going to deny it. And it's bringing up emotions of what happened 4 years ago. But I can only control what I can. I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to feel sad. I'm going to talk to people. And the benefits I can see right now is my sergeant's aware, my lieutenant's aware. They've offered me time off. They've offered me a different job responsibility for a while because I am actively reaching out every day to get help. So getting into some of this, the things that'll help you guys, especially in peer support. You guys are dealing with trauma a lot more than law enforcement, and you come from the lived experiences where you've had trauma yourselves, mental health, drug use, criminal issues, housing, issues with kids. You guys know about it the best, and there's triggers with it, and dealing with these same people day in, day out, much like law enforcement, can cause compassion fatigue and burnout. Doing the line of job you guys do and not being affected by it is like trying to walk through water and not get wet. It's not going to happen. You're going to get burnt out. You're going to have your bad days. You're going to feel fatigued by it. But failure to acknowledge it and accept what's going on and how to deal with it, it's going to lead to compassion fatigue. What is it? So if you don't take care of yourself properly, the stress and in and out of work is going to cause the burnout. It's that you need care. When you start to feel like this, you need to understand yourself. What is going on? What am I feeling? Because your feelings matter just as the people you're dealing with. You need to understand you need the self-care, to unplug, a break, a reset. You need the time to build resilience. I've noticed this not only with my peer group, but clinicians I work with, peer support, and people out in the field. What we're dealing with is micro PTS. A lot of the times I talk to people and go, what type of mental health are you dealing with? They say PTSD. What they don't understand is you actually have to be diagnosed with it. The problem is PTS, the just post-traumatic stress by itself, is a very real thing. We're going to deal with the same people over and over. You have your wins, your losses. I've had people I've worked with for 2 years, got them into housing, got them stable, on meds, off drugs, only 6 months later to have them relapse. And that builds up on me because I've worked my butt off and I felt I've made a difference, only to have that happen and to deal with the continual stress and trauma of someone else causes me grief because, again, I'm no longer a morph, I've become an empath. When do we debrief this? So for law enforcement, our biggest issue is we go call to call to call all day. I've been to calls of dead babies. I've been to suicides. I have been to horrific call accidents. And I have a sergeant or a supervisor say, it's time to go to the next call. Okay, I don't have time to take that deep breath to figure out what just happened, to think about it. I have to go to the next call. You guys, as peer support, are dealing with people left and right. Some of the best peer support I've seen work downtown, and it's always surprising to me that they've also come from downtown themselves and they're dealing with people they knew down there. To deal with the same people day in, day out is going to cause the PTS. What are you going to do when the person you thought you had succeeded with ODs and dies? when you have to deal with another client right after that. You have to find the time to debrief. You have to find the time to make time for yourself, to talk about it with others. Otherwise, it's going to build up and you're going to have the burnout. How do we deal with these and talk with these calls? So I will tell you, one of the most horrific calls of my career came out in 2019. Now, what's interesting about it, I told you guys a lot of horrible things that happened to me in 2019, but I don't bring this up because it didn't affect me. In September of 19, I went to a call of a guy who took bath salts. He experienced what we used to call excited delirium. We now call acute behavioral crisis, but he decided there were bugs in his skin, and the government had put them there. He went into the bathroom, decided to get naked, and then to cut open his body. It came out as a suicidal call. When I got there, he had flayed open his legs, his arms, and also cut out a huge chunk of his throat. He was covered in blood and speaking in tongues to us. We needed to get this guy medical attention, and he decided he was going to fight us. During this call, I deployed my taser, and it rendered him useless for about 5 minutes. We were able to get him in cuffs, medical attention, ketamine, and get him to the hospital. As soon as he got loaded onto the gurney, though, he passed away. I, being the one that used force, got put on admin leave, and they sent charges to the county to see if my force was justified or not. The guy was dead when we got there. There was no way that my taser was the reason he died. If I had cut my throat, I would be dead, but with him on bath salts, he wasn't feeling any pain. It was so bad to the point that when we went to try to grab him, he ripped out of a chunk of his throat and threw it at us. We have a peer support team at Spokane, which I'm very happy for, and they decided to have a debrief. One of the officers I very much respect gave me a date and time and then said, "Are you coming?" I'm like, "Nope, I'm fine. Like, I'm not worried about this at all. He was already dead. I did not cause this." But the thing is, I had a rookie officer a month out of the academy when this happened. He was mortified by the situation because it was something brand new to him. They don't teach you this in the academy, these type of things that'll happen. And it was good for him. But I will admit, I made a mistake. One of the things we do is we think if we throw humor into the situation, we can make people feel better. 2 weeks after I got off admin leave, he was riding around with me, and I could tell he was severely affected by this call. So me, being an idiot, decided I was going to use some dark humor. I looked at him and said, "Hey, Corey, when we go to prison, will you be my cellmate?" And he went white and looked like he was going to throw up. I was trying to make a bad joke out of a bad situation, trying to throw some humor into it, and it went nowhere. Because that's what they teach us in law enforcement. Deflect, hide your emotions. And I notice this with other people too. If we bring humor into the situation, we can think someone who's depressed, anxious, stressed, that if we can make them feel better briefly, that they'll be all right in the long run. Sometimes it does work, yes. But it's also a way to hide our feelings. If I want to joke about things, something that's that horrible, then it can be me just masking it. And I've learned to talk to people, and we have other good officers too, that when we have a bad situation, we talk about our feelings. It's okay to be sad. And I say that, but law enforcement doesn't realize that. I give this presentation a couple times a year to new cops, and like them, I sat in those exact same seats and said, "This will never happen to me." I give it to veteran cops who laugh at some of these things, and I don't care. But there's burnout from all these type of calls. You're not going to survive in this career field, peer support, law enforcement, clinician, social worker, mental health counselor, unless you realize how these calls affect us. And it comes down to certain things affect us more than others. Right now, if I go to a child that's died, a SIDS death, or someone my son's age, I can't go to that call because all I'm going to think about is my own son. Before I had a kid, that type of call didn't affect me. I know which calls are going to affect me, and I know which calls are going to affect other officers. If I know this call affects them, I'm going to tell them, "Don't go to that call, I'll go for them." And I hopefully, with you guys in the peer support field, understand the same thing. If that person has a trigger, if that is something closely related to something they've gone through, maybe it's not best for them. Maybe it's going to hurt them. maybe tell them to take a step back, and you got to do it in a nice way because they may get angry or frustrated, but look out for each other. That's the big thing about it. Who can we talk to? So hopefully as peer support, you have your own peer support to talk to. You have to find an outlet. For me, I love our police peer assistance team. That works out best for me because it's officers who've gone through similar situations, whether it's an officer-involved shooting or even felt suicidal at one point. I know I can talk to these guys. For some people, it's chaplains, priests, religious groups. That's not for me, but for some, that works. There's counselors and outreach, support groups. I went to a department psychologist. I hated it after she told me I was a broken toy and she couldn't fix me. I think working in my past, I was a mental health counselor, and there's times where I didn't understand what people were going through. Find the counselors that have been in that field who know what you're feeling, who know what you've gone through. I see a counselor twice a year now, just checkups, who's worked in law enforcement, because I know they understand what I'm going through. I don't want a counselor or psychologist who just got a degree and thinks they know how to de-escalate a situation and empathize with me, and they have no idea what I'm going through. The two that I think intertwine the most are coworkers and friends. My big issue is I want to talk to other police officers. My wife hates it because when I'm hanging out with other police officers, we can't talk about normal things. We talk about our worst calls. We joke about them. We only talk about law enforcement things. And I've already said there's a horrible culture in law enforcement where you're not allowed to be sad. You're not allowed to talk about these bad things. You just deal with it on your own. But the other thing I have an issue with is friends and family. The first person I told about my suicidal ideations was my dad. Now, I'm small in comparison to my dad. He's 6'8", about 370 pounds. And when I told him that I was on the verge of killing myself, he goes, okay. No words of wisdom, no, let's get you some help. But then it comes to friends too. With my friends, they don't care that I'm sad that I've had a bad call. They want to know about the worst call I've dealt with. And I try very much to get outside of my field to talk to people. My wife tries to set up these meets with her friends' husbands, and I'll be honest, I don't like normal people. I deal better with people that are on my level that have come from a background of troubled issues because I've just kind of been in this field long enough that I don't understand normalcy anymore. Your friends and family may not understand these things. They may have horrible political views, don't understand these things, don't understand mental health or drug use. Like, it's a choice. They don't understand the trauma. So you have to find a happy median. If you have coworkers, great, as long as they understand crisis and trauma. If you have friends like that, great as well. But careful who you choose to use, and make sure it's someone that's going to understand you and willing to be empathetic, compassionate with you so they're able to communicate what you're feeling. So this is a picture of my cat. This is Rogue. I'm very weird. I'm as big as I am. I like cats. Dogs are not for me, but I got this quote I can't exactly remember from, but once I read it, I kind of realized it applies to me. Often we take care of other people or our pets better than we would take care of ourselves. Rogue here decided she was going to quit eating 3 years ago, lost weight, hiding in a closet on the verge of dying. I did everything I could to get her help, got her surgery, she was fine. But then there's me. I blew out my shoulder in a fight, and I was just like, it's a little pain, I can deal with it, to the point where my shoulder was becoming non-functional, and I was like, well, I want to get paid, so I should probably still work. I don't need to take care of this, and it really screwed up some nerves in my shoulder. Or I can tell you a time where I had walking pneumonia and decided I should work because it was Thanksgiving and I was going to get double time, and I could barely talk on the radio, and I woke my wife up and said, hey, in 2 hours, can you just make sure I'm still breathing? Because I got to go to work tomorrow too. We don't take care of ourselves. We will take care of other people better than we take care of ourselves. You will do everything in your power to get someone treatment, to get them housing, to get their criminal charges quashed, to make sure they're taken care of. But do you do that for yourself? No. Most of the time, we just ignore ourselves to help other people. It doesn't make you a horrible person for not taking care of yourself, but you're not going to last in this career field unless you learn to take care of yourself. Look for things, pain, mental, whatever it may be, because you're going to let it go by the wayside and you're only going to hurt yourself in the long run. So for me, there's things, and these are very basic, but we have a tendency to forget them. When I bring up my 2020 issues, I took everything I knew and threw it by the wayside. One of those things is exercise. 2020 shut down the gyms. I have 2 bad knees. I'm not the greatest runner. I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I quit going to the gym. I was depressed. I let that ruin my life. Exercise, though, is the best way. Yoga, walk, whatever it may be. I have a lieutenant who calls them his wellness walks, and we give him crap for it, but he walks a mile a day. And what he does is he goes on this walk, and he thinks about everything that he needs to work on, things that have stressed him out, and he feels a lot better by the end of it. What I've learned is when we get stressed, anxious, we let this go by the wayside. I told you right now, going with the other foster kid, I allow myself my bad days, but if I get to the point where it's like 2-3 days where I haven't gone to the gym, I'm not eating well, then I realize, okay, I'm not in a good place, and I ignore this, and I let the stress and depression take over. I need to do these things, exercise for the stress and depression. Get active. I love to read books. That is my hobby. Currently, I think I'm at 33 books for the year. And I read horribly goofy things from the Longmire mystery novels to sometimes I read these spy books. And then I get paranoid because I watch MSNBC or CNN or Fox News, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is really happening. But I make sure I read self-care books. I've read a bunch of books on stoicism. I've read it on law enforcement, resiliency, and mental health, and I find that is beneficial for me. I try to read as much as I can. I get outside. I just bought a 1994 RV, so I was 9 years old when that came out, and it is a junker. It runs horribly, but I fixed the inside up, and this year I spent money for a camping site, so I can just go out there with my family, no phones, no TV. We can just go to the water. I can fish. I can take my kids swimming. And we have a good time. It's my way of escaping reality. Now, this is precisely me right here. So I brought up taking care of yourself. Well, we have to take care of ourselves mentally. I will tell you right now, I am still dealing with the depression, anxiety, and stress. But I will give other people mental health advice when my mental health is way spiraling out of control in the background. It's what we do. You need to understand that if yours is still going out when you're helping with people, right, we have to look at ways we can improve our mental health. So I brought up counseling. I'm not a huge fan of individual. I go there twice a year, but I think group counseling's good. If you guys are debriefing, and I know a couple peer groups do when they have one of their people OD and die, they take time, they shut down the business for the day and say, we're going to have a group therapy session. I think that's a wonderful way of taking care of your guys' self. One of the ways I found is writing about it. Okay. I'm going to try to rush through this a little bit. So I have a fake email account in which 15. So I have a fake email account. Basically what I did was I created this and I write myself emails just about my day, anything I'm going through, and I send it off to this other email account. I don't have to read it. I put it on paper. I got my words out. That saves me time from having to talk to someone because I know I was able to express myself in one way or another. Other things I've done is meditation. For me, I go buy all these goofy contraptions on Amazon. I bought this little mat with spikes. It's like acupuncture, and I will lay on that for like 45 minutes a night while I listen to an audiobook. It's my way of decompressing. I will use grounding techniques at work or breathing techniques when I'm having a stressful time. Breathe in for 5 seconds, hold it for 5 seconds, let it go for 5 seconds. I will use grounding techniques that I use on people with PTSD. What do I smell? What do I see? What do I hear? Just to bring me back down to reality when I'm in a stressful place. Take care of your body. We work so much that we don't put good stuff in our body. And most of my career has been spent on graveyards, and what is open at 2 o'clock in the morning? Adelanos. I would go get burritos all the time, and that's not healthy. So I try to get a good lunch. I try to pre-prep my meals. I try to hydrate. My wife decided to ruin my life when she told me coffee doesn't really give you energy, it just tricks your body. Because now I'm gone from like 40-ounce coffee mug to like 16 ounces of coffee. Energy drinks are horrible. It just seems like a quick fix. It goes down easier than coffee, but it's going to cause me a heart attack in my size. So I've tried to throw those out as well. Bring more water to work. I carry around a ton of water to keep myself hydrated. It is something that'll make your body feel a whole lot better. You'll stop with muscle pain. You'll stop with migraines. It'll just relax you in general. The biggest thing I can say when it comes to mental health as well, get off your frickin' phone. 2020 sucked to be a cop. All I would do is sit on my phone and read horrible things of people going, "We hate cops." Did not do anything for my mental health. Right now, I don't like to watch TV or be on my phone because everyone will say, Biden this, Trump that. I don't care. I hate when I'm at the gym running and I have 3 TVs of Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN on. Get away from that. The news, social media is meant to divide you. You don't need to be on your phone. I mean, even looking at right now, you guys got media coverage for this. I go click on it on Facebook and I have people making jokes about it. There's jerks everywhere. Do you ignore these other people? The only person you can control is yourself. Don't read into these things. Don't let it spiral you out of control. Don't let it stress you out. Try to take time for yourself. I like my alone time. My wife likes her alone time. Is there anything wrong with that? No. I like my time where I can read a book. With my 5-year-old and his ADHD, he is 100% energized all day long. I don't have time to get away from him. He wants me to pick him up, wrestle, go to the park, ride a bike, chase him, tickle him. It's just, like, I don't have the time for myself. So when I do, I like to decompress. It's okay to isolate. My wife likes to watch shows nonstop. She is currently binge watching Murder, She Wrote. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that came out in the 80s. Stop, what are you doing? Golden Girls is her last binge watch as well. That is my wife's way of decompressing. She'll go to the bedroom, watch it on her TV, and I'll go to another room and read. But it's also important you have that social atmosphere. You need the time alone, but you need social atmosphere. If you're looking at it where, okay, I'm getting my alone time, but you look at it, I'm also withdrawing from society, that's where it gets to be a problem. Some of the last things I want to leave you is your job is just a job. When I got into this, I thought I was going to be a graveyard cop for 15 years, chasing all the bad people, stolen cars, warrants, whatever I could. Friends are great that I've got in law enforcement, but it's a job. I know, and I've started to pre-plan for this, like when my job gets to be overwhelming, what I can do next. I have a master's in mental health counseling. Maybe I go back into counseling. Maybe I work with law enforcement. I need to figure out a phase B for life, even though that might be 15 years away, but it's a job. It's not my life. I'm not one of those cops, and I make fun of our new guys all the time where they're thin blue line hat, thin blue line watch, thin blue line everything. I'm like, you're a person. You're not a cop. You can be peer support. You can be a counselor. You can be a social worker. You have to have your own personal being as well. You can't just be that person, because if you get to the point where that is your whole life, you're not going to have a life much longer. Support your coworkers. Our biggest issue in law enforcement, so we have a system that shows staffing, but the super awesome thing about it is it shows who's on admin leave. We have cops that want to figure out who's on admin leave and why. Is it discipline? Is it something else? Are they getting put out because of mental health? And then they spread rumors. We are our own worst enemies. Stop talking about these things. If someone is having problems, don't be the one talking about it. Talk to that person. Figure out what's going on. Try to have social events. Life outside of your career. I told you my wife tries to get me hooked up with friends. I'm doing better. I have foster care friends. We just went to an event at a church last night, and it's nice to be out with normal people instead of cops talking about police work, talking about all the horrible calls we've been to. Push boundaries. I'm an introvert. Me up here talking to you guys, or if you see me in uniform, that is not me. That is me pushing my boundaries every day, because when I am at home, I don't want to talk to anyone. I am awkward in social situations outside of a uniform, but I have to push my own boundaries. I have to bring my extrovert police personality into a personal atmosphere and learn to talk to people. Make time for family. So I've been a hostage negotiator for 5 years. I love the gig, but it got to a point where I was getting called out random times of the night on my days off, and I was missing time with my kids. Couldn't go to family events. I recently, in March, resigned from the team because my family is more important to me. I don't want to be one of the amazing law enforcement statistics of you're not a cop till you've had 2 divorces. That's not for me. I'm planning to be married once, and it's going to be forever to my wife. I want to have time for my kids. The job is not anything special. My dad, when he played in the NFL, he used a term called GAF, gone and forgotten. I know tomorrow, if I quit my job, I'm easily replaceable. People are just going to forget who I am. You're not that important, even if you think you are. I do a lot of great things, but I know they can train someone else to do these exact same things. Tomorrow, if I wanted to leave, no one's going to care in a month about me because the job is not the biggest special thing. It's my family and friends. Find experiences outside of work. Get outside your comfort zone. Do other things. See the world. The world is not your job. The world is not everyone in crisis. Lastly, just want to end it with this quote from Glennon Doyle. People who need help sometimes don't look a lot like people who don't need help. Check on your friends. Check on yourself. Learn to talk about it. Learn to be open. Use communication skills. Talk to people like you want to be talked to. One of my favorite things my current sergeant says when it comes to dealing with people in crisis that we have to send to the hospital is teaching us to be more empathetic and compassionate. What if that was your family member? What if that was your kid, your husband, your wife? One of the ways I look at when I teach people de-escalation communication is my 5-year-old. There's nurture and nature, but he's got a lot of nature in him that's going to cause some struggles in his life. He's already predisposed to be addicted to drugs if he decides to use them at some point. He's got his mental health issues. I want people to understand how to talk to him. Talk to your friends. If they're in crisis, treat them like they were one of your own, because you would want to be treated that way in the same way. And with that, I thank you guys for your time.
Let's hear it again for Officer Plunkett, please. We are so blessed to have you serving our community and being willing to share your wisdom, and I thank you for everything. You are amazing, Officer Plunkett. Thank you so much. And so with that, we're going to pause real quick. We want to thank the Spokane Central Library. We want to thank Bataya Streeter, Jason Johnson, and there's a couple others. I will read their names off when we come back from lunch, but I bet I hear some hungry stomachs. So there are street tacos and pizza downstairs. Your little red ticket that you got, you'll hand it in. You'll get some food, and we'll be back up here about 1:15 for our next presentation. Thank you, everyone, for being here today, and we'll see you again here soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here in just a couple minutes, but real quick, Yara would like to say a couple things if she could.
I love you.
Aww. Do you want to sing a duet real quick? Come on. What do you want to sing? Itsy Bitsy Spider? Or you want? Okay, on 3. Itsy Bitsy Spider went up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Woo! But the itsy bitsy spider crawled right back up again. Yay! And up came the sun. How fun was that? What other song you want to sing? We got one more. We got time. Sing a song for us.
Okay. Mama,
Sing about the unicorns. Unicorn, unicorn, sing about a unicorn.
I don't know.
Just say unicorn for us once.
Unicorn.
Unicorn, all right. We're going to get a ribbon demonstration. Come on up here to the center. Show us what you got. Woo! I like it. Look at you go. All right. Thank you, everyone. Give it up for Yara. So real quick, we want to thank a couple of our partners for today. We want to thank the Spokane Central Library, Bataya Streeter, Jason Johnson, and, I always say her name wrong. Is that Elena? Elena McCurr. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. Their partnership and helping us build this up was amazing. We want to thank Jules Helping Hands for providing our shower trailer, our hairstylist downstairs, our volunteers for helping us make this possible, LJ and the food truck. What's the name of his business? Vibrant Homes Groups, something like that, yeah. And then last but not least, Refugee Bath Bomb Company, our #1 sponsor the last few years. If you're a vendor or if you win a prize today, you're going to get an amazing set of bath bombs from Refugee Bath Bomb Company. It's a family-owned company in the Spokane Valley that currently employs 12 former refugees and immigrants who help us to produce and create the brands that we have launched over the last few years. Their employees come from Burundi, Sudan, Ukraine, and Thailand. Rose was their first employee, so if you got a card with their bath bombs, you'll see a picture of Rose. She is a sweetheart. They are a unique bunch and enrich our work environment. Refugee Bath Bomb Company, please use the following coupon code on their website, refugeebathbombcompany.com, Peers Help 2024 for $5 off any order. If you want to take a picture and tag them on Instagram, that'll help fulfill our contract as well. So with that, we're going to bring up our board members. Unfortunately, Spark had to suffer from COVID, right? So the real world does not stop at any point in time. So unfortunately, they will not be here. So what we're going to do is highlight our board. Over the last year, we have added some amazing individuals to our board, which no longer just the 3 of us. So first, we'll introduce our executive director, Alyssa Jomay.
Thank you. Hello. And Yar's going to join us again. But y'all want to come up here?
Yeah, John, our president. We need our president here.
Okay, you go get it.
And then the rest of our board. If you're not comfortable talking, we'll introduce you, but we'd love to hear from you.
And you can just go squeak. You could sing about unicorns.
Unicorn, unicorn.
We've got Cinnamon, our treasurer. Crystal De La Cruz is our secretary. And then day leader, and Lauren Davidson. This completes our board. We have one other board member that wasn't able to make it today. So we have been in a huge transition year. This event was bigger than anything we've done before, and it is also not the only event we have done this year. So we have been growing, and we could not be doing what we were doing and are doing without this amazing team up here. So I just want to give everybody up here a round of applause.
And so real quick, let's start with our president, John. Without you, I don't know that a lot of this would be possible. You are one of our founding fathers. We have founding mothers also. But John, if you would like to just tell us a little bit about PEP, about your experience, and give us some highlights on this being our 6th annual conference.
It's been a long road, a long haul. We started 6 years ago. Can you hear me?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Hello? Okay. So, yeah, we've been 6 years in the making. We got scarce there at one time. We were down to like 2 board members, I think, and we stuck through it, and then things started to progress and get better and better all the time. So it's been a good long haul and a happy road for all of us to come together and be able to put on these events throughout the state, or mostly on the east side. So I'd like to thank everybody on the board here. It's been a pleasure working with you all and getting things accomplished.
So John, real quick, not to cut you off, I want to hear about something maybe new and exciting happening with Peers Empower Peers that's going to reach our state at a different level that is one of your brainchilds.
Oh, I got so many brainchilds, I don't know. But I know what you're talking about, and that's... I did some research a long time ago on reaching out to rural communities, and I discovered that a lot of people out in the rural communities work off of ham radio stations. So I've put together a thing to where we can start progressing that way. I found out there's 750,000 ham radio operators in the United States, and 300,000 of those are in Washington State. So we are going to reach out to the rural community like never before. So
Absolutely.
That's upcoming and exciting.
Very exciting, John, and I'm excited to see the growth of that, because that is going to be a game changer, because there's so many individuals that can't access services, that can't access help, and to be able to do it from their home is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, and I know there's one guy that does it with the elderly in Wisconsin. He's doing it through ham radio in Wisconsin. And then I found out in my own community that up by Wanacott Lake, that there's a community there that does it every night, 9 o'clock. They check in with everybody in the community and see who needs help and so on and so forth. So.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Cinnamon Girardengo. I am the treasurer. I'm really excited to be here. I actually kind of came through the back door, ended up at a retreat, and I had no idea why I was even there. So for several years, I'd been working with WAPAC. Some of you guys may know WAPAC, and I had been working with Diana Porter. And she invited me to this retreat, and by the end of the weekend, I'm like, who are these people? What are they doing? Just sign me up, because this is what I really want to be putting out in the world.
Thank you, Cinnamon.
Thank you, Cinnamon.
Hi, my name is Day Leader. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say other than my name is Day Leader, and I was asked to come up here on this stage. No, I'm part of Peers Empower Peers, and I've been totally ecstatic, and my heart has been completely full ever since I was asked to. I'm gonna cry.
Aww.
It's been amazing to be able to take something that's been in my heart and actually put it out there and see work in action, and to be part of a board where everybody's heart is the same. It is amazing.
Thank you, Day.
Miss Crystal, would you like to?
All right, there we go.
I'm Crystal.
Peer pressure by definition.
pressure.
Peer pressure. I'm Crystal De La Cruz. I just joined the board this year, and I'm just really excited to be around other people who are passionate about helping the community. I've been volunteering with various organizations doing peer work in different settings. And I had the opportunity to sit and think during the pandemic about what I wanted to do, and this ended up coming up. I know Alyssa, and she presented me with the idea, and yeah, I'm so happy to meet all of you guys finally in person. This is my first conference, so yeah.
Thank you so much. Lauren is a strong individual of few words. Lauren is someone that actually trained me at my current job at Catholic Charities, and through our interactions, I saw something strong and remarkable in her and knew that we needed her for the board. Lauren is sometimes quiet and reserved, but can also be the biggest laugh in the room. She is an amazing advocate, so thoughtful, and has such an amazing story. And this board is stronger with all of her efforts. With her and myself being the two that live in Spokane, getting this put together in the early stages couldn't have been done without Lauren's hard work.
Facts.
Yes, indeed.
And real quick, if you saw us on social media, if you saw anything with Facebook, Instagram, any of that, let's thank our social media team. Ladies, go ahead and take a bow.
Day, Lauren, and Cinnamon have been handling that and just doing an amazing job, so thank you.
All of the positive affirmations, the mindfulness, just thoughtful, articulate, amazing, powerful words, and people that respond to those messages. And it's really given us another avenue of being able to help people and just connect.
Definitely build community.
People that are here today because they found us through social media.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And with that, another shameless plug. If you did get a bath bomb or you do win the bath bomb prizes, please tag Peers Empower Peers on Instagram and Refugee Bath Bomb Company.
Yes. And they're, seriously, we had the bath bombs years before. They're the best bath bombs in the whole world. They are crazy. Okay, so the other really cool thing that's happened is in this last year in our transitions is we've really, our board comes from across the whole state. So the community of Peers Empower Peers, which was really centralized to Spokane before, is now statewide. And with that, we have been growing in the events that we're offering. So earlier this year, was it April? Yes, April, thank you. We did the Eastern Washington Leadership Summit, which was funded by the HCA, and that we did out in Richland, and it was an amazing event. We got to connect with peers that we haven't gotten to connect with before, and we're going to be doing that again next year, and our hope is that one of the key, we've kind of touched on, but one of the seeds of our work was reaching some of the more rural communities, and we also just want to move our events. So the annual conference has happened in Spokane every year, and that's probably going to stay the same. It looks very different this year. But we're doing events all over the state. So along with leadership next year, we'll be doing another one of those. And we're going to be doing mini traveling conferences. And so some of our communities that don't get to come to these events or engage with the community, we're going to kind of take a small travel workshop setup and go into some of those communities. Probably we're hoping for 3 or 4 this year within a year's period. And helping develop some leadership skills and training peers in those areas to facilitate workshops and just organize community in different ways. So we are always looking for people to be involved in these different events that we have. I mean, this is done, we're all up here, but anybody wearing the green lanyards, most everybody's been engaged with the community in some way or form throughout the years, and we couldn't do it without our volunteers. And a lot of the people who are on the board were volunteers at one point and then have become board members, and so that's kind of the cycle of how Peers Empower Peers has continued on. So if at any point you're interested in being involved, please reach out. We love connecting with and have we'll find things for you to do, because the more of us there are, the greater our impact can be. So along what we're going to be, hopefully this year, we're again coming up with 3 or 4 traveling workshops. And then the Reaching Rural project is another really big project that we're working on. And then we have 2 workshops by Empower Peers board members that will be at the Peer Pathways Conference too. So you'll get to see a lot of us there. John and I will be talking about reaching the rural communities and a little bit more about the Reaching Rural project. And then Day, Cinnamon, and I are going to facilitate a workshop on self-care, because self-care is a huge part of what Peers Empower Peers does too. I think last year's conference was like solely based on self-care. And we truly believe that the better we are at taking care of ourselves, the more that we can do. And so we're going to be diving into that together. And
also, when I first was invited to the board, when I went to Pathways, I sat through the whole conference going, I want to do that. I want to be that person that gets to stand in front of a room, share my story, bring my power, and see if I can help others, right? Because that's what a lot of us do as peers when we're helping people. And Peers Empower Peers is that. So if any of you, from your experiences at past conferences, at this conference, if you feel empowered to want to do that, as a team, we can wrap around you and make that possible for next year's conference. Cinnamon has an amazing instruction course where she gets to sit with you and teach you about telling your story. And we can help you if we're local. We'll help you if you're PowerPoint, whatever we have to do to help you find your voice, to be able to come up here and get this opportunity, because that's what Peers Empower Peers is all about.
Absolutely. And again, we're going to be spread out everywhere. So if you're like, well, I'd like to do that, but I'm all the way over here, let us know, because we have not solidified where we want the traveling conferences to go. We have some ideas in mind, but we really want to know where is it most needed and whose community is ready to engage. All right. Well, with that, we are going to probably move into what was that? Questions. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. We are going to bring the final speaker up a little bit early, since we did have the one that canceled, but we wanted to just have a chance to talk to you all, share a little bit about what's coming this next year, and invite any of you to engage that are interested. Yar would like to do one more ribbon dance and say one more thing, because unlike most of us who don't want the microphone, she wants the microphone all the time. So what did you want to tell everyone? You want to come back? Little what?
Unicorn.
Okay. All right.
Unicorn.
Good job, baby. And so our next speaker is going to be Julia Hayes from Dharma Recovery and Soul Center. And I think she's going to be touching on several different aspects of the amazing work Soul Centers does. So stick around if you can see that. Again, everything we've done today is recorded. Thank you to the library for doing that, because there was so much happening. It was hard to make it to everything. So we will figure out how those are going to get released and where we can share those. I know I personally missed a lot of the talks up here, and I can't wait to see them. And then along with Julia Hayes, we're going to have James Zacher, who will be telling a personal story of recovery. And he also is another volunteer who's been a part of the Peers Empower Peers group this last year. So hang around a little bit longer. We'll get Julia up here. And I know you guys aren't going to want to miss it. And then for those of you that can stay around, we're going to take the prize drawing downstairs. We've got quite a few prizes. And at the end, we'll do a raffle and hand out some prizes. And we'll keep the self-care area and the children's zone open for a little bit longer, but things are kind of quieter there, and it seems like most people are still in the resource area or up here. So continue to engage and stick around for the prizes if you can.
What would you like to say? I You had fun today? I have fun today.
Did you? What was your favorite part?
I love it.
Oh, okay.
Good
I'll
answer.
do one more.
Okay.
I love it.
What'd she say? I love you. Oh. This up here.
More, Mommy.
You have more what?
One more.
Okay.
Horsey.
One more. Can you tell everyone how old are you?
I'm 3 now.
3. Yeah. What's your favorite color?
Blue.
Okay. Do you have any pets?
I have a cat and a dog.
What's your dog's name?
Boo Boo. Boo Boo. And Kitty.
She doesn't run out of things to say.
My little pony.
Okay.
My little pony.
Okay. Oh, look at Julia's coming. Can you say, welcome to the stage, Julia?
Who?
Julia. Say, welcome to the stage, Julia.
Welcome to stage.
Julia.
Hey, Julia.
Julia.
Hi, Julie. What? Hello.
Do you want to say love you one more time?
Love you.
So Julia Hayes and James Zacher are going to be our next 2 presenters from Dharma Recovery. So Julia has the next 50 minutes to just wow you and share some amazing information about all the great work that they are doing. Do you want live mic or posted mic?
Hand mic or what? Yeah, is that?
Up there.
No, I think I'll walk around.
Thank you so much.
What? No, I'm all good. I'm all good. Did everyone get some lunch? Yeah, thank you for that. That was amazing. So I'm just going to take a minute to take a peek out over the audience here. And hello, everybody. I'm Julia Hayes. I'm the executive director at Soul Center Spokane, and I'm one of the main facilitators of Recovery Dharma and Sate Seva. So I am very grateful to be here to be able to talk about what we do, the effort that we are putting forward to reimagine what recovery and support looks like for people who are suffering through any kind of habit energy. That is the language that we use as we're reimagining working with substance use disorder or addictions, which is the more common vernacular. But we like to use the word habit energy because we know that when people stop using drugs or alcohol, they often turn to other things like can't get enough sugar or social media or shopping or working or relationships or, and on it goes. And the reason for this is because that's the human experience. We all have a propensity to have certain habits, certain ways of being, and sometimes those habits go awry. And so Recovery Dharma is a mindfulness approach to looking at what our habits are, what makes us tick, why do we do what we do. And this particular program is framed by looking at 4 beautiful qualities that humans can develop. And they are loving kindness, compassion, joy, and something called equanimity, which means inclusivity. It's the capacity that we have to look at our lives, the good stuff and the bad stuff, and bring it all in fearlessly and honestly. And that is a really, really difficult thing to do because most of us have a habit of putting things either here, I'm either a good person, or I'm a bad person. And we forget there's a whole lot in between. recovery dharma and a mindfulness approach to looking at life forces us to come closer to the middle and look at where we're pretty cool and good and where we have some work to do. Everybody with me so far? So let's put it in the context of habit energy. Let's be really specific, and let's put it in the context of substance use disorder. So we have a social narrative about substance use disorder that says you're either over here using or you're way over here in the goal, which is complete abstinence, right? And the reality is most people, where's their experience? Somewhere in the middle, right? And what's hard about this is here we are as peers and professionals, and we're working with people, and we're supporting people, and we're loving people, trying to get from their substance use, which is causing chaos and confusion and disruption in their life, to this other place called abstinence, which is a certain level of freedom, and they are somewhere swaying in the middle. And as professionals, that can get really tiring. We help people, we encourage people, and they're doing well, and then all of a sudden they have a recurrence. And what happens? We feel deflated, they feel deflated, disappointment, disillusionment, we start all over again. And so how do we stay encouraged? How do we stay hopeful? How do we stay positive at the same time staying real about what we're doing? Well, one of the ways is we cultivate loving kindness. How do you speak to people that you're caring for? What are the thoughts that you have when you are working with disappointment or discouragement? How do you entertain compassion without being drained? How do you stay in the trenches of things that are dark and scary and sometimes hopeless and still find moments of joy and beauty and wonder? How do you let all of it in and not burn out and become fatigued? And you know, the honest answer to that is, I don't know, and I don't think anybody knows. I think what we do is we practice, and so that's what these practices are. They invite us to come together in a community, and we spend time meditating. We spend time looking at these very ancient ideas about self-reflection, discernment, self-awareness. And then in our Recovery Dharma practice, we open up conversations among community members. And so we often in our practice bring forward big themes, things like cultivating healthy boundaries, working with grief, recurrences or relapses. What do we do with that? And so this has been a program at Soul Center Spokane that we've been doing for about 8 years. And it has been a wonderful, life-changing opportunity for me. When I first started facilitating these meetings, I knew absolutely nothing about recovery. I had been a Buddhist practitioner for a long time and a mindfulness teacher for a long time, but I knew virtually zero about recovery. And at first, when I started engaging in this practice, I felt I had to entertain a little bit of imposter syndrome because I felt like, because I don't have a traditional substance use disorder, maybe I don't fit with this program. And then I realized, but I can have a pretty unhealthy relationship to sugar. Or, why is it that every time I go into Value Village and I see that little sign that's like four books for $1 or something like that, I'm like, ooh. And I have so many books. I could spend my whole life reading these books and I still would have more books to read. So I'm like, that's my habit. That's what I do when I'm bored, when I'm nervous, when I'm insecure or doubtful, when I'm sick of my life and I just want to run away into a book. That's how I engage. And everybody, all of us are the same. We all do this in some way or another. Recovery Dharma and the approach to this in a mindful way isn't about treating ourselves with disdain. What's wrong with me? Why can't I be a better person? I must have no willpower. I must be so flawed as a human being that I can never overcome this particular habit. A mindfulness approach is recognizing that none of us are alone. We are all trying to recover the wholeness of who we are. And the wholeness of who we are is a combination of being able to have healthy habits and also having habits that are awry, that are distorted and out of control. I will be very honest with you about Recovery Dharma. It's something that I call a grow slow approach. So what I have observed in the 8+ years of facilitating this program is I have seen many times now people going from active substance use to full abstinence in about 5 years. So it's not something that happens overnight, which can sound really discouraging. But in that 5 years, what I think is a miracle is people feel safe and they feel the freedom to ride the waves that is a typical journey of recovery. They have some success, they have a recurrence, they learn from that recurrence, they have longer periods of success and abstinence, they might have another recurrence, maybe with something else, maybe with something different. They learn from that experience and they have longer periods of abstinence. That seems to be a common theme. And what I have seen over the years is sustained recovery, really solid sustained recovery happens after about 5 years. I'm curious, is that everybody else's experience? Is that, yeah? Does that resonate with people? Yeah? Yeah. It can be a little disheartening, right? A little discouraging. And one of the things that we do, and I feel really passionate about, is to find ways to stay the course, find ways to be encouraging, not to engage in the language of our society, which is highly stigmatizing, that says, what's the matter with you? Get with the program. Get in line. Have more willpower. It is so much more complex than that, and we are so much more complex than that. A mindfulness approach, this particular mindfulness approach, is all about creating a solid foundation upon which people can stand, and that can weather the changes, the triggers, the challenges. So people can experience discouragement, get up, shake themselves off, and get back with it. Everybody with me so far? As I was practicing this, after about, I don't know, I guess it was about 4 or 5 years, I realized that there wasn't much in the way of mindfulness for friends, family, allies, and professionals who are trying to support people, trying to encourage people, trying to love people through the journey of recovery. So I created this program called Sate Seva. And downstairs with all the tables, we are right by the back door, and you can pick up some of our flyers. I think Lo has some with her as well. Sate Seva, those words, 2 words really, Sati, S-A-T-I, and Seva, S-E-V-A. It means mindful service. And what I wanted to do with this program is I wanted to take some mindfulness practices that have meant a great deal to me and bring them together in a practiced form that allows people to, I call it replenishing the well, stay restored, stay like they're feeling strong. And the reason is because in this work, as peers, as professionals, empathetic distress, burnout, compassion fatigue, these are very serious issues. There's a lot of turnover in peer support roles, in substance use counselor roles, and part of the reason is because the demand is so great, the need is so great, and people don't have enough tools to replenish the well, to find a steady state to keep going. Is that ringing true to anybody here? Yeah. I'm curious, what do you do to help? Hiking in the woods. Did everybody hear that? Barbara, you didn't hear it. So what she was saying was part of what she does for her practice is the mindful checking in with herself. How's her body? Her body often is carrying stress without her permission. I just paraphrased that. Why is my stomach so sour, you know? Right? And so we heard hiking in the woods, and what about you? Creativity, to be presentable. Allowing herself to be creative. Ooh, I love that one. So good. That's one of the Sate Seva practices, playfulness and creativity. Anybody else? Autumn, did you have your hand up? Yep, helping others, being of service. Exactly. Distraction and breathing. What's your favorite distraction?
Touch, feel, smell,
Senses.
Yes.
Primary senses. Fantastic. Anybody else? Lo said community. Community, coming together. Yeah, it's really, those are really, really important things. Exactly. People who get it. People who get it. I love that. You know, thank you for bringing that forward, Autumn, because I remember when I first started doing this, I was so naive. And one of the things I love about myself, that's a practice, by the way. And in fact, I'll offer that to you right now. Once a day, or whenever you feel like it, but maybe even today, tell someone out loud something that you love about yourself. And it can't be like. You have to say, the thing I love about myself is. This is a mindfulness practice. Anyway, the thing I love about myself is that I can be incredibly naive. And I love that because there's something innocent about me that didn't get snuffed out by the cynicism of life. So when I started offering these mindfulness practices at Soul Center, I was so naive about the texture of recovery and support, and really more than anything, what I was most naive about was social stigma. I had no idea how many people didn't get it, but worse, how many people don't want to. And that was really painful. And what I learned is they don't want to get it because of fear. If it can happen to you, it could happen to me, and that scares me. And so one of the things we can do with mindfulness is strengthen our own capacity to stand before that rejection and then model something new, model something different, so that people are educated and can be reminded you're gonna be okay, even if it were to happen to you. And we do know the statistics show that clearly substance use disorder is going to touch everyone in some way or another if we're paying attention. So back to Sati Seva. So Sati Seva is these beautiful practices, these beautiful ideas and qualities that we can cultivate in order to stay the course. Things like the cultivation of self-awareness, openness, spaciousness, acceptance, even ambivalence. Ambivalence as a practice is all about learning how to take a break. There's the practice of nurturance, encouragement, presence. There's the practice that understands grief. There's a lot of grief in the realm of recovery and support. Reducing violence. And I'm not talking about violence in the typical way, although that's real and it's important that we recognize it. But the violence that we perpetrate toward ourselves, the way we talk to ourselves, the way we diminish ourselves, the way we disregard our efforts, the way we limit ourselves due to insecurity and self-doubt, those are actual expressions of violence. And with a mindful practice, with time to discern this and time to understand, why am I talking to myself that way? Julia, you idiot. Wow, why would I say that? Is it true? Being able to practice that, being able to ask the question honestly, Julia, you jerk. Yikes. If I could say that to myself, am I harboring that toward other people? If I can say that to myself, what is that doing for my presence? Particularly the presence that I'm offering somebody I'm trying to serve. Something to get curious about, right? How many of you here, I'm just curious, practice meditation? Oh, a lot of people. Yeah, wonderful. How many people here have practiced meditation and have decided, I'm a terrible meditator? What are some of the obstacles to meditation? Clearing your mind. Okay. Is your mind like the Indy 500? Just okay. All day long. Okay. Welcome to the club. You're in good company. Okay. Mm. Yeah. I really thank you for bringing that forward, because there is something that we have to be careful about as peers, is the trapping of toxic positivity. Yeah, spiritual bypassing. That's another way of looking at it. And what that does for us, it's kind of a tightrope, because what that does is it really we risk becoming insincere. We risk compromising our authenticity. And I think most people, however, who have a propensity to want to be positive are really coming from a good place. They really are. They're really trying to see the bright light, see something good. But it often comes prematurely, because we have to train and practice being with the discomfort first. And can we improve our capacity to do that? It's not easy to do, and meditation is a wonderful way of practicing that, learning to be with discomfort, bearing witness to my own discomfort in the privacy of my own mind. And then when we can do that with just a modicum of practice, we can offer it to other people who are really in distress and generate some ease. Did you have a question, Cinnamon? Ooh. Totally, totally. So let me just make a quick comment. So when I was first starting to meditate, this was many years ago, and I remember thinking that I needed to get my body into like the perfect squishy pretzel, lotus position, nice and zen-like, and I would always be by the perfectly babbling brook with the perfect plum tree always blossoming and all of that stuff. And one time I had this fantasy in my mind. I was going to go by the ocean, and I was going to meditate, and I was right by the water's edge, and it was kind of like in a pier in a city, and I was all zenned out. I had like totally tricked myself into being like, this is going to be so zen, this is going to be so perfect, this is going to be great. And I'm like, and then I just breathed in, oops, sewer, there's a sewer nearby. And then it fell apart from there. And you're right, we'll talk about that. There are so many avenues into meditation, just like there are so many avenues of recovery. What was your question? My job is done right there. She just did it. So what she was challenging, what she was bringing forward, is this idea, really kind of a stigma in a way, that there's only one way to meditate, and part of that only one way is to have the perfectly clear mind for the perfect meditation, for the perfect ocean, for the perfect pretzel, for the perfect breath, for the perfect non-reality. Right? So, meditation, mindfulness, present time awareness, that is all it is. What is happening for you in this moment? Mind is racing. That's a beautiful meditation. That's it. That moment of self-awareness. Right now, my mind is really noisy. Your job is done. That's wonderful. Then the next thing to do is to maybe take a breath and to create just a little bit of space. Because here's the thing about a racing, noisy mind and why we want to work with it and add some space around it is because if our mind is really noisy and spinning and loud, if we're really honest with ourselves, how well can we hear anyone else? And this isn't an opportunity to shame ourselves. This isn't an opportunity to judge and go, yeah, I'm such a bad person and blah, blah, blah. No, that's such a boring conversation and that's such a boring story. This is about saying my mind is racing. Can I breathe and create a little bit of space between these thoughts so that I can have 1 degree, half degree, a quarter degree more presence to this person that I am trying to support and listen to, even if that person is me. And that's all we start with, and we build from there. And I'll tell you that the reason why I prefaced with the qualities of mindfulness, these limitless qualities of loving kindness and compassion and joy and inclusivity, is because it is a gentle approach. And most of us here have been exposed to and conditioned under an approach that is much harsher. A little bit of a taskmaster. Go, do, hurry, achieve, And this approach says, enough of that. We're going to do something a little bit different. And I'm going to ease up on the reins. I'm going to ease up on the expectations of perfection. And I'm going to allow myself a little bit of swaying in this middle way in order to better weather some of these storms. There's a wonderful spiritual teaching called the willow. And when you really think about a willow tree has a very solid base. It's firmly anchored into the earth. Its roots are very, very widespread. And its branches are wonderfully tendrilled and exposed and dangling and hanging. And when the winds come and the storms come, rather than being really rigid, they sway. And so the mindfulness practice is working with our own rigidity, our own fixed minds, so that we can become a little bit more flexible. We can open up the space between those branches and allow the weather to flow through. Does that resonate? Yeah. So let me look at the time here. I was wondering, would you all like to do a little meditation? Yeah? Yeah? All right, everybody get on the floor in a pretzel. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So what I'd like to do for a meditation is I really just want to do something for 5 minutes. And I want you to know that your whole day can be framed around the context of mindfulness. Everything you do, the way you walk, the way you breathe, the way you talk, the way you get into your car, the way you sit at your desk, these can all be moments of mindfulness that can shift your presence, allow you a steady state of calm and peace. And so for the next 5 minutes, all I want you to do is sit at the edge of your seat. So everybody move their bottoms so they're right at the edge of the seat and you're sitting nice and tall. And just bring your shoulders up to your ears. And then let your shoulders drop. And if it's comfortable for you to close your eyes, you can do that. And I want you to take stock of your body and just notice if your body is still or if your body is moving. And allow your body permission to be exactly as it is. Stillness is one avenue to meditation. Movement is also an avenue to meditation. And notice your breathing. And you don't have to worry about breathing in any particular way. Just allow the body to enjoy this moment of breathing together. Take notice of your mood and allow your mood to be exactly what it is. If you're annoyed, allow annoyance to be there. It might have something to say to you. If you're bored, maybe that's trying to inform you of something. If you're worried, maybe offer yourself and that worried feeling a little bit of attention. Hey, worry, I see you, I hear you. It's okay. And then maybe turn your attention to your thoughts. Sometimes we string our thoughts together and they become whole stories. And sometimes those stories become governing facts. And you know, they might not even be true. They might just be something we've been telling ourselves over and over and over again. And maybe it was true at one time, but it's not true anymore. And so maybe it's time to put that story to rest. But we can't do that if we're not willing to look at it. At least acknowledge that, ooh, there's a story there. Touching into the body, noticing the breath, being aware of your mood, being aware of your thoughts and your stories. Friends, these are the 4 foundations of mindfulness. And this is an ancient practice of getting to know who you really are. And getting to know who you really are in a state of wonder and acceptance, curiosity, and joy. Take a deep breath and then open your eyes. How'd that feel for everybody? Doable? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Anybody want to add anything about their experience? Share anything about their experience? The initial resistance? Initial resistance, and then just sticking with it, and then getting into that settled place. You know, what's really beautiful about that awareness and that recognition is, once again, how human that is. It's so common. We all know what that's like, that initial resistance that's like, I don't know about this. I don't know if I want to do this. And then for some reason, we find that inner courage or that inner resilience that enables us to stay, and then we are good to go. It's amazing. Thank you, Cinnamon. She'll let me know there's 5 more minutes before James comes up here. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. I really love that. So this gentleman was talking about meditating and going on retreat and having an awful experience on retreat. I'm so sorry that happened. Yeah. And well, it was just the physicality and being able to shape a meditation that was met him where he is. And, you know, on a final note of what I want to share today, because it's consistent with the contemporary approach to working in recovery, and that is to help people curate their own journey, their own path, meeting people where they are. But more importantly, it's also about reminding people of their own self-agency, reminding people of their innate wisdom, reminding people that they are magnificent and powerful and beautiful and able and capable. And so they have every right and ability to find a practice of meditation, of mindfulness, of self-awareness that works for them. And so one of the things that I'm so passionate about is I teach all of these techniques and all of these particular skills, but I really encourage people to make sure that these things come alive in them. I want your mindfulness practice to be alive in you, and that's what I want you to bring it into the world. The world doesn't need more of me. The world needs all of us. Healed, hopeful, joyful, capable, encouraging. That is the way we bring peace. That is the way we bring healing. I am so proud and privileged to encounter so many different people from all over the world who practice with me. And one of the community members at Soul Center is going to talk about his experience with Recovery Dharma. And so I'd like to hand the microphone over to my wonderful friend James.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to follow. Yeah, I'm James. So I guess a brief background about me. I graduated high school in 2003, went into the Marine Corps right after. I served 4 years, did one deployment to Iraq, spent a couple of years in Okinawa, and yeah, got out of the Marine Corps and kind of bounced around from different jobs and started facing challenges that seemed to be growing, and which they all culminated into substance use with alcohol, drugs, and it was a long battle with it. I had some attempts at rehab that didn't work out, and just felt kind of stuck, like there wasn't any hope. And it's kind of the cliche of something catastrophic has to happen to change, and it did. I won't get into the details, but basically it came down to me potentially losing a relationship with my daughter. And why that was so catastrophic was she felt like the only thing that was kind of keeping me afloat, that I needed her way more than she needed me. And the thought of losing that, I don't know, I couldn't accept that. And so I went to get some help, and I went to the VA and showed up to the urgent care and told them what was going on. I was struggling with addictions, some bad thoughts. And within about an hour, they had a van there who pretty much all but put a bag over my head and hauled me out of there to treatment. And it really did feel like I was kidnapped. I had no time to prepare, no time to do anything, and that's exactly what I needed. There was no time to think and back out, and my cell phone was basically dead. It died on the way to the treatment facility, which in and of itself is a brief story. So I went to Royal Life, who I believe is downstairs. But their inpatient building was my recruiting office. So it was kind of like a full circle, and I believe there's a toilet right where I sat when I signed the paperwork at my recruiter's desk, at least nearby. It's right there. But anyway, so went through treatment and kind of discovered this. The profession of what a peer is, and I had some really good encouragement from a couple of my facilitators there, and they made a big impact on me, big enough for me to approach them and ask them, how do I be a you? How do I do what you do? And they kind of gave me some pointers and pointed me in the right direction. And I think without that, I wouldn't have had a successful treatment. It gave me something to hold on to. It gave me something to look forward to strive for, work towards. And thank you. And so, before I even completed the 12-week outpatient, I had already had my application accepted to become a peer counselor. And, those same peers that pointed me in that direction also pointed me in the direction of Recovery Dharma. I had an absolute aversion to AA and some of the other community recovery-based programs. And so I read the book and really took to it. It really resonated with me, and that's pretty much all I had through treatment was just that book. And continuing to read that, and I couldn't wait to go to my first meeting, which I did alone. I had no idea who I was going to meet, what it was going to be like, but I kind of took that risk, and I'm glad I did. It's been a part of my life ever since. It's been, I don't know, year and a half-ish now. And how it's been probably one of the main cornerstones of my recovery, in that it's allowed me to find an awareness of myself that I didn't think was possible. It gives me the confidence to create space for myself to be non-judgmental about things I've done in the past, and to be able to look at my traumas, both childhood and traumas from the military, and not be so defined by those. And it's really it's been a source of encouragement within my job in peer support, and that by being able to look at those traumas, I've been able to kind of empower myself by them instead of be defined by them. And and that's what I hope to try to bring to a lot of the people I see with work, and try to empower them, that their traumas, while devastating and catastrophic as they can be at times, they're not something that's going to define them, but something that's going to empower them. It's a path that they had to walk, and they made it through. And with that experience, how beneficial that is, and being able to share that with other people to help lessen their suffering. And then I believe somebody said daily mindfulness check-ins or whatever, and that's something that I do. I check in with myself at least once a day, usually in the morning, and just kind of evaluate what my capacity level is for the day. What does my day look like? What's current stressors do I have going on right now? Do I have the capacity to do everything I need to do today? And if I don't, being okay with that, and knowing that, hey, you know what, I can just clear a few things off my plate and still be productive, and still make a difference, but I don't have to push into that threshold or beyond that threshold, because that's where I tend to kind of lose control. And being able to define where that threshold is was possible through Dharma and recovery Dharma, and learning things about myself that I've never known before. The main one primarily being that I've never really had my own identity. I've always been kind of like a chameleon, around whoever I'm around. I just kind of match their energy, and kind of where they're at, that's where I'm going to be at. And doing that for so long, I didn't have an identity, and it was very troubling at first. But working through that with meditation, it created a sense of enthusiasm for being able to create who I am, in essence, and that I get to define who I am, not allow my traumas and my past to do that. So let's see. Oh yeah, and then also it's created the ability for me to be open and honest about where I'm at and what I'm struggling with my daughter. To be completely transparent with her. And I'll just share a brief story that happened a week or so ago. I shared with Julia earlier that I threw this tantrum. I've been working on a new house that I moved into, and kind of renovating some things, and something wasn't going right, and I started yelling and screaming and cursing, and my daughter was at the other end of the house in her room, and so I kind of took a time out, and when I calmed down, I asked her to come out into the living room, and I sat her down and explained to her, or apologize to her that, you know, she had to hear me throw that tantrum. And, you know, I kind of explained to her that, you know, people express themselves in different ways when things aren't going right or they're having a problem. You know, some people cry, you know, some people do this, that. And with me, it comes out as anger a lot. And I said, that's not okay. And it's something that I'm working on. And, you know, trying to find a healthier approach to that. And, you know, she looked up at me and said, I forgive you, Daddy. And, you know, which touched me. But she instantly followed it up with, maybe you should go to therapy. And I was just kind of taken back and, you know, had to tell her, well, you know what, baby girl, I am in therapy. So I'm working on it, you know, I promise you. So, but I want her to know that, you know, that it's okay to have, to go to therapy and to be able to express those emotions. And, you know, that's something I wouldn't have been able to do prior to getting involved with Recovery Dharma. It's opened up so many avenues in my life, and I'm just extremely grateful for it. And Julia and Lo, they're amazing people. If you ever get a chance or would like, please stop by. The meetings are amazing. Everybody's welcome. It's open meetings, you know, so maybe we'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James, and thank you, Julia. You know, one of the wonderful things that I love when we come together like this is hearing all the different pathways to recovery, right? It doesn't matter if it's harm reduction, if it's abstinent-based, if it's meditation, if it's groups, if it's yoga, if it's licking a frog. If it gets you there, it gets you there, right? And when you find something that really helps you feel good about yourself, you grab onto it and you hold on to it, right? And that's what recovery is all about. That's what peer support is all about. And so our next presenters are from the Health and Justice Recovery Alliance. And I want to, you know, this organization actually means a lot to me. For people that know me, I am a new father. And if it wasn't for this organization, I might not have met my fiance, who actually lived in one of these houses, went through one of these programs, and got her life on track. This organization is amazing. The efforts that they put into our community to help women and children and families is above and beyond what some people do. So I want to give it up for Desiree and Jasmine from the Health and Justice Recovery Alliance. And they will be receiving questions at the end, so please let's hear it for them.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? No.
Hello?
Yep. All right. Going on the fly. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here. It's been a full day of just connection with our community and providing resources. It's been absolutely wonderful, and we're so honored to be here to present for you guys. I just want to take a minute, just, you know, it's been a long day. Let's open up a little bit. Feel free to stand or continue sitting, and we're just gonna take a nice deep breath. So if you want to bring it up, and then just let that out. And now we can be a little bit more present during this presentation. Thank you all so much. We'll go ahead and get started. So we'll be presenting on peer support in mental, in infant and maternal wellness, you know, building your village. Our mission at Health Justice Recovery Alliance is to bring communities from crisis to thriving with wraparound services using a peer model. So I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Jasmine Pacheco. I am a youth and emerging adult behavioral health care coordinator with Health Justice. I have my bachelor's in psychology from Eastern Washington. And if you want to take a picture, there's my contact information. I know some of us have had a chance to connect at the resource fair. So a little bit about my background. I grew up in the child welfare system to a just not present father and a mom who was struggling with addiction. I spent several years going in and out of foster homes with my 4 other siblings. We spent some time doing that and then ended up coming up to Spokane to a local group home where we could all be together, where my mom was actually in a detox facility so that we could kind of have that visitation, be closer to her. We are originally from Yakima, Washington. So just having that experience and navigating the system, experiencing the isolation that as a child going through that and the helplessness that comes from that, it really does take a toll on the entire family. But, really quality resources and human connection is what keeps us going and thriving. And, our ability to reconnect with our community and build that community is just so important. And, I'm living proof of that. So I'll go ahead and pass it off to my colleague, Desiree.
Hello, I'm Desiree. I am a behavioral health care coordinator, team lead for infant and maternal wellness at Health and Justice Recovery Alliance. A little bit about my background. I grew up with 2 parents who were in active addiction until I was well into adulthood. With that being said, we had a lot of instability growing up, and that carried over into my early 20s of being a young mom, and also being in a marriage that was very abusive. And so navigating that, separating, I became a single mom of 3 girls. With that, there were very little resources for me. Everywhere I went, I was referred back to DSHS. They would tell me, go ask DSHS, I don't know. And that was so frustrating for me to know that there were no resources for me and my girls. It took one lady at Salvation Army to really bring me in and sit me down and say, there are resources available. There's help out there. With her help, I was able to retain my house. I was able to get some training, access diversion grants, get help with utility bills and things when I was feeling like absolutely helpless in that moment. That really drove me to my will to want to help others get resources, help others find resources. I'm always looking for new resources that we can offer to our community and how we can help them.
So I want to share a little bit about who we are as Health Justice Recovery Alliance. We are a newly licensed behavioral health organization. We've been around since 2021, founded by Carmen Pacheco Jones, who is actually my mother. I've watched her go through the journey of just really having to fight to navigate resources, fight to really survive, to reunify with her children, to build a life that's been, sustainable and healthy and full of, joy. So being able to see that journey myself is it's really been such an inspiration. And for her to be able to build this organization and provide, really just give back to the community, give what she didn't have when she was going through the system. So it's been really wonderful. At HJRA, we really uphold the value of lived experience and partner with peers to assist them in creating fulfilling lives. We understand that every individual are experts in their own lives, and so it's our job to
to learn with them and to, we're not the experts here just imparting this knowledge. They have the knowledge. It's just connecting them with the needs that they have, and filling those gaps is really what it takes. So what we do, we have 3 residential recovery homes. It's an 18-month program for women and their children, in which participants have access to all of our services. That's case management, mental health services, in our office at our wellness center, as well as peer support and just, if you need to get your ID, we're here to help get all of those things that are becoming barriers to, moving forward in your life. We also have a doula collaboration and family relief assistance. So we connect pregnant, birthing, postpartum individuals with doula support, and that's really, really concrete, practical support in-house where they can bond and form those relationships with their babies and, can have somebody fold their clothes or have somebody do the dishes or, provide a meal. So it's really just important support for that really hard, stressful time where you're trying to bond with your baby and really, heal from birth. So in addition, individuals and families are given emergency relief with basic needs like food, hygiene, and shelter, finding housing resources in the community, getting connected with housing vouchers. We also have counseling and recovery services on site, mental health therapy with the clinician in our office. We also will be starting IOP services. That's intensive outpatient services for those in recovery from substance use disorder. We also house the Parents for Parents program that provides really mentorship information to individuals or families that are going through the dependency system.
Okay, so I want to talk about challenges in infant and maternal health. So some challenges that we're seeing with all of the parents that are coming to us, socio-emotional health and support, is social isolation. So what we're seeing are these parents are just feeling super isolated. They don't have that social support, and they also don't have a lot of formal support, and so they're feeling very isolated and alone, which can also contribute to feelings of increased mental health, increased perinatal psychosis, depression, anxiety. There's relationship strain. So I'm sure a lot of you are parents in here. They're feeling that relationship strain when their relationship transitions from both of them together. So now they have a new baby, and they have strains of financial, parenting decision, division of labor, who's going to take what responsibilities, and expectations. We're also seeing parenting stress, parenting a newborn or an infant. It's very demanding and overwhelming, leading to increased stress for parents. And then you factor in colic, feeding difficulties, developmental concerns, and really just questioning if you're making the right choice at every turn you take. Another challenge that we see is cultural and language barriers. Families from diverse culture backgrounds face challenges in accessing cultural competent healthcare services and navigating the healthcare system. So a lot of language barriers. They're going in to see professionals or service providers, and there's a major barrier there to accessing certain services that they may need. So they're getting, just the bare minimum of what they can navigate on their own. So some other challenges are mental and physical challenges and maternal wellness, postpartum depression and anxiety. Many mothers are experiencing this, and they don't have that support system. They don't have the mom groups. They don't have any formal support. They don't have family support. There's also, these conditions can be due to hormonal change, sleep deprivation, stress related to adjusting to motherhood. Breastfeeding challenges. Breastfeeding challenges, and also not having support around that or being able to access it when you need it. They can definitely reach out, but they're not going to be able to get it in the next 30 minutes or same day when they actually need that support. Substance use. Substance use among parents have detrimental effects on infant and maternal health. Substance use disorder interfere with parental caregiving abilities and increase the risk of adverse outcomes for both the parent and the infant. Also, physical complications and birth trauma. So going through a traumatic birth can affect you, can affect your baby, and as well as bonding with your baby. Another big challenge that we see is the financial hardship and lack of comprehensive medical care. Financial strain, as you guys know, babies are expensive. Getting those concrete goods, and just finding resources to get those concrete goods, because a lot of people, just in general, a lot of people in our community, a lot of people here in this room, they don't have it in their budget to go out and buy a crib or a car seat or some of those things that you absolutely need for a baby. Access to healthcare services. A lot of our people that we're seeing in the community are faced with long wait lists, whether it be for mental health, whether it be for that 6-week checkup. Some of those 6-week checkups are pushed out to 10, 11, 12 weeks, where that screening for postpartum depression and anxiety happens is now pushed out 4 to 5 weeks beyond what it should be. There's also a big fear of stigma in social systems. They're afraid of CPS knocking at their door. They're afraid that they're not doing a good job and someone's going to report them, whether that be, baby's not gaining enough weight, or baby's having feeding issues, or you're missing appointments because you don't have transportation or a way to the doctors.
Early intervention.
Forgot my note cards, guys. So early intervention in infant and maternal wellness. What we're seeing at early intervention to decrease some of the stress is prevention of complications. So less complications, less stress, promoting bonding and attachment, stronger bonds, stronger attachments between baby and parents, reduction of long-term effects, improved health outcomes, enhanced parenting skills. They're really honing in to their intuition and having that confidence to be able to parent effectively and parent how they want to parent. Reduction of family stress, optimal developmental trajectory. That means baby is meeting those milestones, gaining weight, avoiding these feeding issues, as well as overall health. Prevention of crisis situations. With the early intervention, we're seeing less crisis, less babies in crisis nurseries, in respite, because parents have the tools and the resources to care for their family.
And so Desiree talked about some of the challenges that families are facing. What we try to do is offer really high quality peer support, that human connection. The peer support role is so unique in that, we're not systems providers, we're not doctors. We can, build those relationships just on a human level and provide that understanding and support and advocacy because, when somebody's going through a stressful time and lacking resources, the last thing that they want to do is fight for the services that they need. So being able to partner with families and be there to fight alongside them, letting them know that they're not alone is so important. As peers, we offer such important, just really important things like emotional support, practical guidance, information sharing. Many of us have already navigated, having to fight to get certain services. We're knowledgeable about the resources, and so that the person that comes after us doesn't have to do the fighting. We can, connect them with services as soon as we do intake, as soon as we meet them. With peer counseling, advocacy, role modeling, maybe some of the things and coping skills that we've learned is so important. You can tell somebody how to do something, but to just show them is so much more easily learned. Encouragement, motivation, active listening, validation, practical assistance, like, transporting over to the grocery store or picking up some items or, door dashing or dropping, items at their door so that they don't have to, after just getting a C-section or surgery, they don't have to leave their home. They can, have those resources brought to them, and we're here to really build those authentic relationships and, operate with honesty and transparency and understanding the challenges that we actually go through. I think sometimes when we talk to service providers or different, medical systems, it's like, oh, you should already know, or, there's just so much medical speak and stuff that might not be translated to us, or different options that we might not know unless we have the information. So being able to have somebody to support you there and ask those questions and just back you up is so important. So we're really challenged as people to, provide that authentic support, provide that sensitive support, because families look different everywhere. We all have different paths. We all, might come from different backgrounds, and you wouldn't know just by seeing somebody. So building those relationships and being sensitive to the fact that, we all learn, we all grow. There's just peer support has just been a wonderful model, and I'm just so happy to see it growing in our community, in our nation as a whole. So I'll go ahead and.
I want to add also that sometimes just breaking up that task into smaller steps. We've had clients come to us like, we have this goal, we don't know how to get there, I'm overwhelmed. And we have just broken it down step by step. And that has meant either from success to not succeeding is just breaking it down with them step by step.
All right, well, now I want to open it up. If you guys have any questions or any thoughts that you want to share, any personal experiences, we'd love to hear it. So Carmen, I don't know if you know a little bit about her background. She's navigated systems, had a dependency case, since 1999, early 2000s. She's had to navigate systems. She spent so much time trying to build something that was sustainable, whether it's furthering her education, finding something that was working in her path so that she didn't have to keep coming up against the barriers, whether it was substance use or just financial hardship of having to work 2 jobs when you have, 5 children to care for. So it was really, I think, it was born out of that experience, that life experience. And she's, spent years and years volunteering for different organizations, working for other people, and with that heart in loving the community and wanting to see people thrive and knowing that there was hope for everyone. So that's really where that was born. And then it was just making the connections with people that she was already networking with and getting grants, writing her own grants, just working towards that goal. So, it's definitely been a long time coming, and, we're just growing and expanding. And, just last year we were in what we called the shoebox. It was just a tiny office attached to our one of our residential homes. So, so much can happen in a year, or so much can happen in 2. So
we did a lot of FTDMs from the car because it was private space.
All those FTDMs.
Yes, so many FTDMs from my car. And I'm like, oh, don't mind the background. But also I want to add to that lived experience. People that have actually walked the challenge have faced those barriers firsthand. And then we are able to walk along the side of our clients and navigate things that we've already navigated. Has been a huge success in us helping the community.
Yeah.
Yes, we're excited too. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
that.
so much. Yeah. All right. So if there's no more questions or any thoughts that anybody wants to share, we'd love to have Cinnamon come up and share her personal experience. And here's a little bit of contact information for our organization. Oh, we did have to wrap up. So Oh, okay. Do we still have time? I didn't know if. Oh, okay. Okay. So was.
That's all right. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Then our presenter, once again, please give it up for the Health and Justice Recovery Alliance. We want to thank you all for coming out today. This was an amazing event. We're gonna do the raffle downstairs as everyone wraps everything up. We'll give you a half hour back of your day if we do this efficiently enough. Once again, we want to thank the Spokane Central Library. Bataya Streeter has been a godsend when it comes to social work here at the public library. I took the tour the very first day they reopened, met her, and from there a partnership took off, and now we have peers in the library. We have services every single day of the week for individuals that need them. This event was all about showcasing what it is our community's doing. All the amazing efforts and work that organizations and individuals and peers are doing to impact the people that need services. Last but not least, let's give one last shout out to our sponsor, Refugee Bath Bomb Company, or Refugee Bath Company. I keep calling Bath Bomb Company because they make bath bombs, but Refugee Bath Company. Rose is an amazing refugee who makes some amazing bath bombs. I'm gonna read off their last few new items and business ventures, as we have Boga Zer, Water Glider International, and J-Mac Botanicals, and Mag Joe Naturals, and also the brand new limited edition Hoochie Coochie Kitty Catnip. You can buy it downtown at a local store. Jane McLaughlin, the co-owner of Water Glider LLC, is the retail brand developer. Without her, we would not have any swag to give out at our last 3 conferences. You know, we talked about yoga, we talked about meditation. One of these companies that she owns actually sells mats and pillows and the whole setup. So if you're interested in that, I've got cards that I can hand out. You can try to find one of her businesses. They're all over Amazon. They're all over the world now. And so I thank you once again. It takes a village. Involve, engage, inform. That's what today was all about. So thank you everyone for coming out and making this an amazing event. We hope to see you next year. If you want to get involved, peersempowerpeers.com. Check us out on Facebook, Instagram, all of that. And once again, thank all of our amazing presenters today, all of our resource vendors, and thank all the people that came out and made this possible. Thank you so much, everyone. But yeah, it's just, you know,